All right. Welcome. This is Myst. Well, I mean, technically, this isn't. This game's called Uru, and it is not Myst 4. Wow, Majora. Holy cow. The second I went live. That was quick, my man. How you doing? Usually I try to meander a little bit, see if I can get one or two people in here before I start playing the game. But I mean, that was instant. That was less than 20 seconds. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you. Um, I do have the Discord set up. I found a BioShock subreddit, but I'm not sure it's the one that has your 3D prints because I looked up. I tried to find them and I couldn't find them. But if you follow me on Discord, send them my way and I'll check them out. Okay. All right. So right out of the gate, this is clearly different. It already had me name this guy. I had to do it before I started the game. I picked Aeon. Um, Number one, this is a 3D character, not a person, obviously. And this is a character creation screen with sliders. All right. Okay. Also, this dude is wearing like. This game came out in 2004, I think. This guy is wearing 2004 attire. Look at those shoes. I mean, look at the t-shirt, but it's either tucked into the belt or it just doesn't quite go low enough. All right, this is one goofy dude. Right off the bat, much prefer that hair color. I always like to make the characters kind of look like me a little bit, you know? Kind of. So let's get a hair color going. I've got brown hair. What a weird. Huh. Whoops. I think that looks pretty good. Build. Okay, that's much closer to reality than this. Something like that I think is actually pretty close to my build. Item description. Do we stash it up? I don't like the shape of his. Can we mess with the face shape first before I decide whether or not I want facial hair? Oh yeah, look at this. This is a full-on like Oblivion character creator. All right. Skin color. I am a pasty Caucasian dude. Although all those pasty colors kind of look sick. 10% more by my. What do you mean? What are you referring to? I'm sorry. Like the colors the color over here is not indicative of the color of this man. Let's just go with that. I don't really want to overthink. Skin texture? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just kind of where I want the shadows to fall. Or how intense I want the shadows to be. How deep of a face. I don't know. I think I'm actually, I got pretty strong features. I got deep set eyes and, you know, all that stuff. Nose angle. All right. This is when it gets tricky. Nose width. Probably something like that. Nose length. Something like that. Eyebrow. Whoa. Uh-oh. I can be eternally surprised. Let's keep that where we want it. Little bits. Gosh, what a weird. I think I got it. Yeah, little. Not that strong. Let's put that guy right here. Chin width. Cheeks. Wow. I guess the only option is right in the middle, really. Want to give our guy some glasses? I've been known to wear glasses like this. Let's do it. Assuming this is sort of, you know, in the Myst universe. Let's do it. Yeah, that's a good sort of metallic gold, I think. Eye color. I don't have brown eyes, but you know, I've always wanted brown eyes. So let's play up the fantasy component just a little bit. Are those, yeah, those are brown eyes. All right, and then age. A little older than as young as I can be. All right. Now what? Upper body. I'm liking that. Dude, this is like the most 90s character creator I've ever used. I kind of like that one too. I feel like this is like, yeah. Let's go with this. And you know what? Let's go with like a dark blue vest. And a brown shirt if we can. Doesn't seem to love brown conceptually. I'm not liking the way that looks. Maybe what else? What are the other color options? Let's just click around until we get something we like, I guess. Maybe kind of more of like a Nathan Drake type aesthetic, you know, sort of that off-white. Oh yeah, that's good. Like an off-white shirt, and then what do we want? What's going to be a good complementary vest color to that? Ooh, the kind of try to go for sort of a dark brown on the vest. That's pretty good, right? I'd trust that guy. He looks like a field researcher. Hands. Ooh, the fingerless gloves. These gloves are a little too cumbersome. I like the fingerless I like the fingerless gloves though. What can we do about these fingerless gloves? Yeah. Liking the fingerless gloves. Lower body. Ooh, it's tempting. It is tempting, but I like if I need to look at this guy too much, I don't want to hate him. It's hard not to choose the jeans. It's either the jeans or the cargo pants. Oh, like double texture? Camo pants? I think if I'm an adventurer, the Discord, the link to my channel, the Discord server rather, is on my YouTube channel, and you'll see me listed as the server owner. So I think it would be easiest to join that way, because I don't want to send the username right now, because that's a whole like thing on my end to make the share link. So if you go to my channel page and you look at the banner and up towards the top right, you'll see the all the stuff to join the Discord. Oh, man, I like the cargo pants, but the people who know me in real life know how much I love jeans. I am a fiend for the denim. Dude, this looks great. Real dark blue, and then for the belt. This is such an interesting color selector. Like, I can't... Dark brown just does not exist here. Why does it, like, fade to white and then, like, back to black again? Let's see what we can do. I love it when they give a barefoot option, cause what, you know, who. I have a buddy who when we would play Pokemon Go, he would his character was always barefoot, because he just found it hilarious. Like a game about walking around, and you choose to like have a barefoot avatar. The only color I can adjust on the shoes is that. All right, hang on. Okay, with this I can at least change the color of the entire shoe. Move over San Andreas. I mean, honestly, considering when this game came out, I'm not hating it. I'm not hating the character customization. Go for like the Tims, maybe? Wearing some Tims. Seems like the best brown that I can get is sort of something like that. What about these? Oh, hey, those are kind of nice. I can work with those. All right. The Only thing that I maybe want to mess with is the glove color. Now that I know that this is sort of an option. That better? Yeah, look at this guy. This is a composition here. Majora's Mask is in. You've joined the congrats, Majora. You're not the first, but you're one of the first. You are one of the first settlers in the Riveting Pharos, as I've named the Discord server. To Uru we go. Just made you think of San Andreas. Oh yeah, I didn't think that you were hating on it. I just think like I'm usually pretty critical of character creators.
Last night your mother had a dream. The dream tells that the ancient Dunny city will grow again someday. New seekers of Dunny will flow in from the desert, feeling called to something they do not understand. But the dream also tells of a desert bird with the power to weave this new Dunny's future. We fear such power. It changes people. Isha, our desert bird. Your search seems to take you further and further from us. I hope what you find will bring you closer.
Is this Atris's daughter that we're talking about here? I think that's Atris's voice. Alright, this is different. This is a full 3D. They went for the full 3D this time. Let's see if it worked. Yo, I walk with the arrow keys? F1 to switch view, spacebar to jump. Mouse? Normal or novice? What does that mean? Walk, run. I don't have a center. I don't have a mouse like this. Look around, run, select, walk. What am I dealing with here? And F1 to switch. Jeez, all right, numpad works. Wish me luck with my semester stuff. Thank you. I'm on track. I'm on track to beat the Myst series here. Private property, no trespassing. Trespassing for any purpose. Violators will be prosecuted. New Mexico. I'm in the real world. I'm in our world, everyone. What do I... Can I hit escape or spacebar? Oh, I can jump. Huh! Okay, this is bizarre. I'm not going to hate it. I'm not going to hate change. But this is bizarre. I was facing this way, wasn't I? I think I need to move with the mouse. I think I just got to get used to the mouse controls. I played all the other games with the mouse. At least this isn't a world where we got to pay with bottle caps. It might be. It might be Oleander. You don't know yet. Oh my goodness. Are we watching Walker Texas Ranger right now? What is happening? Oh, and every time I get closer, it like adds another instrument? I'm just a guy. I don't know who I am. I don't know what I'm here for.
Hey, welcome. So, I'm Zandy. I probably know more about why you're here than you do. Don't worry about it. You felt drawn here, just like the others. I'm not really here to give you answers, just to give you help and get you started. She's left a message for you in the cleft. Listen to it well. Follow her. Find the journeys. And then enter the tree. Oh, and check with me if you need help. Hey, welcome. So, I'm Zandy. I probably know more about why you're here than you do. Don't worry about it. You felt drawn here, just like the others. I'm not really here to give you answers, just to give you help and get you started. She's left a message for you in the cleft. Listen to it well. Follow her.
Alright, it doesn't seem like I need to do anything. It seems like it physically can't be pushed maybe right now. Try it from this side. Yep, no dice, everyone. Jeez. Alright. Getting used to these controls. I really hope this is something I can beat in a day, man. The other ones were so concise. So eloquent. The guy who made the Myst iceberg. I don't like change. Yeah. That's a good episode. The guy who made the Myst iceberg said that Uru was his favorite of the series. Oh my. Okay. We're learning more. This, for the uninitiated, all this stuff, we are where the star fissure ends up. So now we know, unequivocally, the star fissure leads to Earth. Our character from the other Myst games is a human, and he could have been me. Okay, so we don't know much, but we do know that when I touch that, it the thumb brightens. I'm gonna go down into the hole. I just want to make sure I've collected all the data I need from this desolate desert. So we've got the windmilly thing. We have the thing. I feel bad now. I named my guy Aeon, which I guess isn't an impossible name for a person, but I tried to give him like a Myst universe name because I felt like this character was most likely to be like a, you know, like a citizen of the Dunny or something like that. Another no trespassing sign. Is this full circle now? Because I started near that. Okay, yep. Full circle, everyone. It was bold of them to try in 2004, you know? It's funny like what, cause sort of like in hindsight you look at Riven or Myst 3. I mean even Myst 1 to an extent, but like we sort of accept that Myst 1 has visual limitations. I just think that probably in 2004, so many other game companies were making this sort of shift. This sort of visual shift. Whoa! Jeez. That scared the heck out of me. Good reflections on the water. Oh, iceberg in German is Berg. Or Berge, maybe. You let me know. Oh, this one does nothing if I touch it. Does nothing. E in German? E, right? Or eh? I need to move with left click, everything else with right click. Also, please be fully prepared for me to make that grunt sound every time I jump off of something, because it will never not be scary. All right. My dog's telling me that he's got to use the restroom, so I'm going to take a quick break, but I will... He's also coughing because he drank too much water too fast. All right, I'll be right back, you guys. All right. We are back. You know, that was one of my criticisms for the first Myst game, is that it was too easy to move. Damn it. Can I maybe pull this down? No, I feel like I maybe need to fill that bucket with water. So now... Oops. Come on. There we go. Maybe there's something over here? Nope. Okay, I'm as sure as I can be that that door is not supposed to be open. Is there fall damage? Going to sleep already, Majora? Is that what I'm seeing? I have no idea what time it is for you, but I feel like you stick around a while longer usually. But maybe I just started later today than I thought. Huh. Yes, I mean, get rest if you're tired, of course. I'm not. I didn't mean to be like, really? You're going to sleep right now because it's night, it's late, and you want rest? Unacceptable. I wasn't saying that, but I like your company. You're good to have on stream. Oh, your hand is asleep. I thought you meant like goodbye. I'm gonna go to sleep. Your hand has fallen asleep. What, are you sitting on it? That can cause that. And the bridge broke. Cause yeah, it was the puzzles. The puzzles were too easy before the bridge broke. Yes, yes, yes. Does that mean you are sitting on it? Talk to this guy again real quick. See, oh. Maybe we just need to find these hand symbols first. Yeah, it seems like we gotta find those hand symbols first. Alright, let's try doing that.
Well, you're gonna need power for that imager in the cleft. Try releasing the brake on the windmill first.
He just gives me a hint when I walk up to him? I didn't ask for that. Releasing the brake on the windmill. So is my cat more of a lion or a pig? What is... What does that mean? Releasing the brake on the windmill. Let's try to find more of those hand symbols. Fin or bad? Like good or bad? I mean, I got a pretty good cat. Yeah, I got a good cat. Well, we've got 3 cats, but you know, my cat is by far the best. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. I heard kitty. Do you have a cat, Oleander? Oh, but you have 2 dogs. I mean, hey. 2 dogs is... Nothing to shake a stick at. Unless you're playing fetch, of course. I feel like there could only be 1 or 2 more of those handprint symbols, and maybe those will let me open that door downstairs if I activate them all. So I'm gonna try to look for more of those, but I figured it would be almost a sure thing that there would be one of them around this debris here. feel like I'm... Honestly, I feel like I'm in a Walker, Texas Ranger episode. I don't feel like I'm playing a Myst game. Alright, we're looking for more of those hand symbols. It's the only lead that I got. It didn't take too long to go all the way around in a circle. Schatzi is German for sweetheart. Oh, I think Majora can be the judge of that. He's our authority on the German language here at Riveting Material. One is named Star, and she's a terrier. So Star is a mix, I'm assuming. Which for the record, I am a fan of. I have always loved mutts. I've always loved dogs where you don't, there's no obvious sort of lineage to them. Let me click you. I found you. Is there one more? At least one more. I hope that the next one I find lights up all the fingers, because yeah, Star's a mix. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. My dog is he's an Australian Shepherd, but he might be a Border Collie mix. It's really hard to say, because sometimes people breed Australian Shepherds, and because they look so similar to Border Collies, they kind of slip in a Border Collie into the bloodline to kind of help round things out a little bit. So we don't know how reputable the breeder that he came from was, because we weren't his first owners technically, but he looks like an Australian Shepherd. He's white and black, and he's very sweet. Alright, if this dude's just gonna give me hints and it's part of the game, I don't see any problem with walking up to him.
Okay, so you've got to use that handle in the cleft to release the windmill brake. Okay?
What handle in the cleft? What is he talking about? And he's like, oh, okay, this guy's kind of a dipshit. Funny story about Shotzi. She came into our lives because my uncle called my mom and asked her, "You want a dog?" Keep in mind, this was the middle of the evening and it was cold and raining. Well, it sounds like she said yes. How did your uncle come to find her? I'm gonna check to see if one of these danger signs is actually one of those hand symbol thingies, because that seems like the next place I would hide one. This dude's telling me how to free up the windmill. Whatever, man. I don't even care. Alright, looks like there isn't a hand page right there. I thought that was a sure thing. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't like that dude giving me a hint, you know? It's like... You know, in all the other Myst games, it's like you get what you get. You know, you can use the journals, you can look around, but at the end of the day... Still doesn't work. He has an acquaintance who dealt with dogs. That's pretty much it. Your dad had 5 or 6 dogs when he was... ages 8 through 20 or 28? Like, are you not sure, or are you not sure how to say that? Hey, we gotta, you know, we got an adult bot in the chat. Is it gonna go away, or am I gonna have to ban this love face XYZ bot? Hey, Wahad, how's it going? How is it going? All right, looks like I gotta ban this bot. Hang on. Report it. And this user in timeout. Good, slept well, feeling good. Glad to hear it. All right. I don't know what he's talking about, a handle for the windmill. I think I gotta try to find more of those, the ending of the third Myst game. So basically, the guy that was the antagonist of the third Myst game, basically had been screwed over by Atris's sons, and so we track him down, and his world has been, he thinks his world has been destroyed, but actually what's happened is this guy has sort of been like sectioned off from his world. So we sort of like, we beat all of his puzzles, and then we get into a confrontation with him, and then we get stuck with him like in the sort of prison that he's been in for the last 20 years. And he's like, ha ha ha, now we're both stuck here. There's no way out. My plan didn't work, but you'll never get home. And Atris's precious book will never get back into his hands. So whatever, suck it. But then I'm smarter than he is, so I solved the puzzle, and I got us out. And there was like multiple endings. You had to do something really specific to get the book back from him safely, because in all of the other endings he would destroy it. There's my dog. Alright, my dog seems to be having trouble, so I might need to step away again for a second, just make sure he's good. Yeah, so basically we get the book back from him, and we get the good ending, so everything goes back to normal. But now we're playing Uru, and it's really different. And I'll talk about that more in just a second. Be right back. And we're back. How old is my dog, or how old is Oleander's dogs, or if Wahad has a dog and he'd like to join the dog discussion, he's more than welcome to. Just so you know, as a general message to everyone, I sort of mentioned it to Majora because he was in here super early, but I set up. Oh, is this the skeleton of one of those sacred fish things from Riven? It is. Yeah, because it's got the tusks. So this is all stuff from Riven. There's a link to a Riveting Material Discord server on my channel. It's super early. I really haven't done much with it. I just set it up quickly after last night's stream. But if you would like to join it, just go ahead and click that link in my channel. It's on the right-hand side of my banner. You'll see a Discord logo. He used to have one, but he didn't die. Okay, that's good. What happened? Oh, you just took care of it for a month. Oh, well, that's, that's all right. That can be nice. Sort of just one stop on its journey. I can't figure out where this handle is that he's talking about, and I also can't figure out where the last hand symbol is, and I'm like kind of not feeling like walking around this desert aimlessly more, looking for that last hand symbol. I really feel like it should be with the telescope, but it's not. And I already checked around here. The only other thing that I could do is trace the outer perimeter. Let's just see what else this dude has to say. I don't care if he thinks I'm an idiot. I've got nothing to prove to him.
Okay, so you've got to use that handle in the cleft to release the windmill brake. Okay?
You've got to use that handle in the cleft. The cleft is the hole, right? That's what I think it is. Or am I just not doing something with this windmill? Like, is there a... cleft? A split, yeah, okay. It's this big hole in the ground. You've got to use that handle in the cleft to release the windmill brake. Okay. Press E. I mean, E doesn't give me anything. It doesn't give me an inventory. I doesn't give me an inventory. Yeah, like as in cleft palate or cleft chin. I've never... Why can't he just say like valley or canyon or cave or hole? Cannabis Cove. All right, coming in with a... It's coming in with a hot one, a hot introductory message. The stream is blowing up today. I'm sorry to say that I'm playing a game that I think most Myst fans say is like not the best of the series, and so far it's like really different, and it's probably not going to be as good as the others I've played so far. But I'm happy to do it, and I'm happy that we're getting some viewership. So hello to Cannabis Cove. Smoke responsibly. I live in Maine. I don't smoke or drink, but yes, if you're going to do it responsibly. More into edibles. Yeah, I think that if I still haven't. I just, conceptually, I have no desire to really try substances in that way. At least not right now at this point in my life. But I think if I were to do it, I would probably be more into edibles, but I really don't know. Use that handle in the cleft to release the windmill brake. Okay. I mean, this isn't a handle. I think this is the thing that needs power. But I'll look around this. I'll look around this area for as long as it takes. Maybe I've got to be here. Maybe it's on one of these ledges. Let me see. I'm going to actually mess with my monitor settings real quick and just really blast the brightness. Agreed, it's the Black Sheep. Oh, so you've played these. You've played these, Cannabis. Okay. Cranking the brightness. They're contrast. I want to mess with this contrast a little bit. I have and regret nothing, LOL. Crank that brightness. Alright, yeah, let's talk then, because you've actually beaten these games. So I beat all of them in around 12 hours. That's kind of been my consistent time frame. I needed a couple light hints for one, because I'm trying to do them fast, right? So if I could like step away for a week, it would be one thing, but I'm really trying to get these beat before my semester starts. So I found a website that will like just give me a hint and won't be like a full game guide. And I needed a couple hints for one, just because I couldn't see certain stuff. I couldn't see where to click certain things. All right. Cranking the contrast also. Whoa. Wow. Okay. I can see way better with that contrast all the way up. That is what the doctor ordered, I think. All right. Let's see what we can perceive now. That probably hasn't affected the way it looks on stream at all. Yeah, so I didn't need any hints for Exile, but for Myst I needed the one to solve the Maze Runner, and I needed one to what was the other one I needed? I needed one to just see where to click. Oh, and I needed one because I couldn't figure out the elevator. Oh, it's Wahad. He's come to us with his main account. FAA1112. I'm gonna call you Pho, okay? Welcome back. And then Riven is so much more complicated. I was better at solving puzzles, and I figured out most of Riven's puzzles, but I think I still needed 2 hints for Riven. But then by the time I got to Exile, I was dynamite. There's nothing that resembles a handle down here. And I can't, like, pick any of this up. I can't jump in this window. Guess it's just a matter of looking very carefully. I wonder if I would have done better on the first couple games if I had cranked my monitor brightness. They all told me to do it, or cranked the contrast rather. They all told me to do it, but I just didn't take it seriously. Oh, is that it? Is that something right there? Do we need to bust out a walkthrough? I'm gonna I'm trying to do them old school. I'm trying to be pure about it. Like I said, I didn't use any walkthroughs, but I did use hints because I found a website that was literally dedicated to just like only giving hints and like only showing you one thing at a time. So you would go and it would be for like Riven, and you would be like, give me a hint about the rotating room, you know, and it'll just give you like one little hint, and then that would be like a tiny bit of extra information, because I think if I were to truly beat Riven old school, I would have to take like a week, and I would have to just like test a lot of theories by running all around the map, because I had a lot of theories and some of them were correct, but I verified them with hints rather than just like verifying them on my own. And I can't jump up there. Can I? Have I been able to climb this whole time? Are you kidding me? Why break a bridge only to make it every bit as traversable as it just was? All right. All right, each finger is another part of the... well, Fa/Wahad is from Palestine, if I remember correctly. Please excuse me if I got that wrong, but I think I remember that was where you were writing from. And I don't know about anyone else. Okay, a page. We have something to read, everyone. Yeah, I mean, so far the lore implications of this are pretty interesting. It's just different. Okay, I definitely picked something up, but I don't... I don't have an inventory screen. I don't even have like a pause menu. I will use them to bring me the least impossible. Huh. Lobster and Stephen King in Maine. You're not too far off, to be honest. Everywhere I go, it's I could trip on a crack on the street and land in a Stephen King novel that'll occupy my life for three months before I'm back out of it again. That's exactly how it is in Maine. Our dearest Yisha, last night your mother had a dream. We know that some futures are not cast by writer or maker, but the dream tells that Dunny will grow again someday. New seekers of Dunny will flow in from the desert, feeling called to something they do not understand. But the dream also tells of a desert bird with the power to weave this new Dunny and future. We fear such power. It changes people. Yisha, our desert bird, your search seems to take you further and further from us. I hope that what you find will bring you closer. Your father, Atris. All right, you guys. Look. Atris may not be the best dad. I'm just going to say it. He's like super stand-up guy. Very articulate. He loses his two sons. Once they're well into adulthood, they pretty much turn into psychopaths. Right? Because he kind of took on a hands-off parenting style with them. Has a new daughter, rescues his wife, has a new daughter, tries to grapple with the past and remedy former sins. And he sends his daughter into the desert of New Mexico. Not even the same dimension. Like, I don't know if she went through the star fissure or what, but like, all right, and this looks like Yisha's writing. I will use them to bring me the least impossible. I can't read that word. Is anyone savvy with cursive? Knew his... Oh, now his daughter is mine? What I've learned must be returned. I don't know. I couldn't read that super well. I don't like when I don't like when games be giving me cursive. About to throw you up on my TV to get a better look. Cool. That's exciting. Alright, yeah, now that I know that I can just climb these. That was kind of an anticlimactic puzzle. The puzzle is that you don't quite understand how to play the game yet. Yep, no power. What is this, a rose? I don't think, like... Atris is definitely more caring than Andrew Ryan. Ryan was a monster because he was a slave to his ideals, and because of that, he sacrificed his own morality. But he wasn't an evil man. He never had evil intentions. He was just too committed to his ideals, and he let them blind him. Atris is a guy with too much power, right? He has the ability to literally create worlds that contain anything inside of books. And he is trying so hard to regulate himself and to figure out how he can use that power responsibly. And I think that his mistake is less being a terrible parent and more just bringing a kid into his world in the first place, because he already creates life every day in the form of these new worlds, right? He creates entire civilizations with potentially thousands of people inside of these books that he writes. And so how is he supposed to compartmentalize the ability to create something like that with a pen and also the ability to create children? You know, is there a situation in which those children can feel properly loved and properly cared for that doesn't involve the worlds becoming neglected? And I think that that's what we saw with Cirrus and Achenar, right? Either Atris was caring more about the world or the worlds he created, or he was caring more about his sons and the worlds were falling into ruin. It was a lose-lose situation. And the takeaway that Cirrus and Achenar said was that these worlds, Dad thinks these worlds are too important. They're our playthings. They're here for us. We interact with them. We can have free reign over them. We have the power. Looks like there was a kerfuffle here, by the way. This feels like a map I should be able to pick up, right? Huh. Some diagrams. Yeah, some diagrams. I'm gonna snap a picture of this. I do, I do have my note page, but some things it would just take me a minute to draw, and that would kind of disrupt the flow of stream. So I'm just gonna take a picture of this image. So know that I have this. Weird that I can't just like pick up these drawings or anything like that. Yeah, I gotta say, it's kind of weird going from like the photorealism of of the first three games. Again, not so much the first game, but the style of like trying to create these really high fidelity images, and then just sort of getting into this, which, yeah, I mean, this looks like a PS2 game. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a limitation of the time, but like they had this sort of really specific so Atris is that one guy who takes the whole idea of books are portals to interesting lands too literally, whilst forgetting that he has a life outside of his library. Well, I mean, does he take it too literally? Because for him, it's true. It's completely true. Like I said, there are real, tangible. He's creating an existence for people. He is literally creating a world. So yeah, I mean, I don't know that he does take it too seriously. I think that if anything, there have been times in which he doesn't take it seriously enough. We look at his father, Gen, who is the antagonist of Riven, right? Gen was a guy who took it upon himself to basically lead everyone, to lead all of these civilizations, because he thought that he deserved it, because he had the power to create them, so he should have the power to be their king and use them for what he needs to use them for, and his goal being rebuilding the Dunny in sort of his image, by his standard, was what led him to villainy, and led him to trying to kill his son and basically not being able to see momentary human compassion. I'm not sure that anybody could handle this power better than Atris. Maybe the only way to handle it is to not write any books. But thank you. I was honestly thinking that would not move. All right. We've got power. So I don't think that he takes it too literally. I just think that I just think that it's so nuanced. They say absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think that it's just so difficult for that power to not affect the people in Atris's life. The antagonist of the third game was pretty sympathetic, all things considered. He was just a guy who basically had his life destroyed by Atris. Or not by Atris's kids, I guess. He had his life destroyed through the fact that Atris forgot about his world and moved on and sort of gave his attention to others. And then Atris's kids came back and ruined things. 'Cause, 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 or writing the best book. That might be true, because that's kind of what Atris is grappling with in the third game. Is he's trying to create a new world for the Dunny, and he is trying to write like the best book that he's ever written. So what's on the wall there matches what's over here. I don't know what the combination would be though. Let's take a look at this viewer. Okay. Good thing we restored the power. Guess we can try messing with this thing. Oh, Jesus. That was kind of uncanny valley for a second. Oh. Okay. That's weird. Oh yeah, there certainly are. I'm sort of just going through stuff one at a time. I'm gonna make this match what's written on the wall there, because I think that unlocks the unlocks the full message, and then there's other stuff around here that I can sort of start to peel through. That one, and then that one.
Oh yes, not and Denis, they won't understand. Once again, the stream in the cleft has begun to flow. It was dry for so long. The water is flowing in from the desert. The storm is coming. Have you heard of the city? The deep city, the ancient Uru? Where there was power to right worlds. For thousands of years, the city lived beneath the surface.
That's cool.
Keeper of the secret.
I love watching the hologram do it.
Power, keeper of the ages. Always keeping. The city grew proud, and then it died. The water flows where it wills. It seeks its own path uncontrolled, except that it flows downward, always downward. Denis, the city of ages, of other worlds, died. But now it breathes again. It awaits. Some will seek that destination, but you should seek the journey. It's as a fine tapestry, complex beyond comprehension, but now torn. We will show you remnants, pieces of the tapestry, pieces of the journey. Find these remnants, these journeys. 7 in each age. 7 here in the desert. Consider it a quest. No, a request. Worship. The water flows downward, and there it pools and collects, and finally, once again, it reaches the roots, and the tree begins to grow again. I am Isha. My parents brought me to this place. We will bring you.
There was an elevator in Exile? Yeah, there was an elevator. I mean, so it's in the sort of central starting area. It's not like a major theme in the game. There's just like an elevator that you use to get from point A to point B. Thank you. Yeah, so I think I want to mess with this now that the power is back. Kind of disappointing that there was no splash there. We good? No, there's one more. I wasn't sure if that was the last one, you know? All right, let me let me ban this bot again. Sorry, guys. Got to alt tab out of here. Whoops. But I mean, I think the bot is a good thing. I think the bot means that the stream's doing well. Because I have not gotten a sex robot before. All right, we got to find one more of those handprint pages, folks. I got this one, right? Yeah. Didn't mean to do that. And I said before, the guy who made the Myst iceberg image, the video that I'm researching is I'm gonna do the Myst iceberg. I'm probably gonna do some other videos on the Myst series because sort of like Oleander just said, the lore is really, really deep and probably could do with some analysis. I just want to make sure that I actually clicked this one. I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. All right. Yes. Still one more. But the guy who made the iceberg said that the Myst games, of all the Myst games, Uru was his favorite. And that's really interesting. Like, even if the lore is his favorite, I can totally understand that, because it seems like the lore implications for this one's going to be huge. But, like, this, after playing the first three, this feels clunky. This feels like really cumbersome. Again, probably really impressive for 2004, but like, I just feel like they had the system down, you know? Are gut and sub. Let's see if this dude near the RV will just give me another hint. I've already touched that page near his RV. Well, we'll do a perimeter sweep out here to make sure I didn't miss any out here in the desert. I mean, it's a pretty big area. Make homework assignments out of it if you can. I don't know about that. I'll have plenty of homework at art school. I'm really surprised still that there isn't a page near the microscope. Right? Like, you've got all of these big things here. It seems like there should be a page on this. I do have real Myst, because I bought the anniversary collection in anticipation of this marathon. And so it gave me, you might have seen the poll on my channel. When I first bought the games, I polled people and I said, which do you want me to play? Do you want me to play, you know, actual Myst 1, 1991, you know, Mac, like Apple II game? Or do you want me to play Real Myst, which is the remake? And now there's another remake for VR, and I don't have an Oculus headset, but after playing the first game and just understanding how aesthetically potent the island is, I would love to go there in VR. I would absolutely love to do it. So yeah, I mean, definitely it stands to reason that there could be a video in the future comparing all three versions. Probably wouldn't do that right away though, because you know, it would require me getting a proper headset. I have a PSVR, but I would probably want a proper headset because I don't think the Myst remaster is available on PlayStation, unfortunately. Another interesting thing is that Myst 3 was the first one not made by Cyan Studios. They're all under Ubisoft, of course, but Myst 3 wasn't made by Cyan. It was made by Presto, I think was the name of the studio. And with this one, we're back to Cyan. I got the Cyan logo when I booted it up. So it's just kind of interesting to think about. I got the one behind this sign. Alright, yeah, let's see about talking to what's-his-face. Maybe he'll let us into his RV. And there's one inside the RV. Because I don't think there's another one out here in the desert. I've walked around it a couple times now.
Sometimes you got to close one door to open another.
Oh. Huh. Yeah, that's the thing I think about OG Myst. The thing about OG Myst is that the environment of the island, just at face value for what it is, you know, like you got the submerged ship, you've got the sort of small astral observatory, like all of these things that are so interesting. I'm honestly a little embarrassed that I didn't. I mean, it's all in the game, so I'm not embarrassed that I had to ask for it, but this is like a classic. This is a classic trick from the first 3 games that I really got the hang of. is that sometimes by closing a door and sort of going on the other side or closing a door the other way, you reveal something. And I'm quite sure now that this door, yep, has the last one on the other side of it. I don't know how I feel about that guy. It's cool that he gives me a hint, but also kind of makes me feel like it's okay to get hints because I just go to him. Whereas before I would have to like look them up online and I felt dirty, you know, so I'd only do it after like 2 hours of just not being able to figure it out. But oh well. If it's part of the game, it's part of the game. I'm sure it's going to get harder. But anyways, yeah, so like the first game, just the environment is interesting on its own. But then beyond that, because it's like these weird primitive 3D rendered images and, you know, like compressed sound effects and like all of these sort of weird retro, it's retro but it's like liminal, right? Because it's not like 70s 80s arcade game vibes. It's like the 90s was this digital transition between like really primitive games and kind of way more advanced games, and Myst just like falls right in the center of that. So there's this liminal quality to the original where it really feels different. It, you know, like the way it is, it's just the best way that I can describe it is that it's liminal. And I think that you don't get that liminal effect with the other remakes because they're a new coat of paint. They remake the games with modern capabilities, and so now you're firmly placing the aesthetics of the game in the modern age, and then you're just sort of left with this game that feels like a bare bones puzzle game. This is a tiny linking book. I'm going to snap a picture of all of these too, just in case they're important. So far we haven't needed to take any huge notes. You'll probably get hate for that. Dude, you're not going to get hate for that. That is not a controversial point of view at all. I think if anyone feels strongly enough to challenge you on that. That's weird. I like put it on my, I put the linking book on my belt and it just sort of, oh yeah, certainly. Like I think that that's just one of the things that's really great about the Myst series in general. Honestly, I think if I had any criticism for Exile, because I think Myst and Riven do this really well, but I think Exile starts to lose its way a little bit with the puzzle design. It's like the puzzle design in Myst 1 and in Riven are like they're not even puzzles, you know? They're puzzles, but you just feel like you're navigating a world that you know nothing about, right? Like you're just interacting with machines and you don't know what they do, and like you literally just have to use trial and error to figure out how these machines work. The only puzzle in Myst 1 that doesn't feel that way to me is like the Maze Runner puzzle. Oh. Okay, so this is my hub world here. These are all of the linking books that I need to explore. Okay, well then let's walk around here because it seems like kind of a small map. Let's see what we can see out here. What is your JP do? What do you mean by that, Majora? I'm sorry. Okay. Is the floor in here meant to be like an abyss, or is that a texture error? Oh, maybe I need to light it up a little bit. Oh yeah. That's better. I was like, holy cow, I can't see anything in here. Whoa. More linking books? Holy cow. Algira and Berin? Is that what those words are? There were some who came here thinking they could build the tree, but only a dead tree is built. That's true. Life cannot be assembled from remains. Honestly, when I was a kid and briefly tried to play Myst, I had no idea what to do. Keep in mind, I came into contact with it during the early to mid 2000s. Gosh, I feel old. No, man, I mean, hey, don't feel old. You know, life is just life. Time is just time. Honestly, I envy the fact that you were able to encounter it in your childhood in the early 2000s. I wish. I was born. I'm 21, so I was born like, you know, right at the year 2000, and it was like a little too late for me to naturally kind of encounter Myst. I don't think I learned about it until I was in like middle or high school. And now these buildings are gone. What has happened to them? Are they now part of the remains, or have they become part of the tree? For the tree does grow. The great cavern breathes. Voices in places in the great void. The called continue their journey here, building on growing. It is their choice. One new book given to open up paths to the cavern, given to open up the origin, given to open up a glimpse of the future. Uh-oh, looks like we have some dunny writing. Some dunny numbers, you guys. When all is taken from one, the only hope that remains is what is given by another. Through this giving, both are redeemed. Book 2, entry, blah, blah, blah. It just looks like that's some kind of a label. Only the way a man is when he is hidden is how he is. A shallow glimpse can deceive. Look deep, ponder, and recognize all that is hidden. Are all those symbols? Yeah, they're different. This part's different. The laws contrived by the proud are their security and their undoing. Such laws make disobedience a virtue and obedience a sin. That's an interesting quote. The truth of man is found in the darkness, beneath the surface. Some light may reveal only what some men want to be seen. Okay, so it looks like this is just this Denis or not, this Rivenese lettering, numbering is, looks like it's just the page number, if I remember correctly. See what else we got. Oh. How do I access that? This is the first typed book we've ever seen in Myst. Mark it down. Or in the Myst series, rather. On the 625th month of my life, I was gazing upon the star of Cess in the sky at the age of wintering. And at the time of my birth, the star began to brighten until it became brighter than the rings themselves. And with a sudden brilliance, it turned the night into day, and I beheld the fire of the Maker, and he spoke to me. And the fire of the Maker left me, and I saw only blackness, because my eyes were blinded, but his words remained. You will wait for a time, and you will watch for a time more, and you will receive the signs, signs of things that have been, and signs of things that will be. And great wisdom will be passed through you, so that those who come after you will know that I am the Maker. You will watch for the signs of the builders, for the builders will make things of Dunny, and Dunny will grow and prosper. But this prosperity is a curse, so the sign of the builders is a curse. You will watch for the signs of the breakers, for the breakers will make nothing of Dunny, and Dunny will die. But this death is a blessing, so the sign of the breakers is a blessing. You will watch for the signs of the grower, for the grower will see the dead end, the dead tree, and the grower will see the new sprigs, and the grower will prune. The grower will grow the new Dunny, so the sign of the grower is a blessing. And so for one day I watched and waited for the signs, but there were none. And so for 4 more days I watched and waited for the signs, but there were none. So for 20 more days I watched and I waited for the signs, but there were none. And so for 100 more days I watched and waited, but there were none. And so for 600 I watched and waited, but still none. And I cried out to the Maker, how long will you make me watch and wait, for I am weary? And the Maker replied, you will watch and wait until the signs come, for you are the watcher. And so for 1 more month I watched and waited for the signs, but there were none. And for 4 more months I watched and waited, for 20 more, for 100 more, for 600 more I watched and waited. And many years had passed, and I was weary, but still I watched. And at the time of my birth on that final day, I waited near the cavern of Rollip. A wind blew through the cavern, and my sight was restored. And the first thing I looked upon was the stairs of Rollip, and climbed to the top, and looked out at the great Dunny, and wept. And the Maker spoke these words, behold, you have watched for me, and now I will bless you. Today I have given you your sight, and tomorrow you will prosper. I will give you wisdom, but I will keep you from pride. The wisdom I give you, you will not understand. It is for those to come. Be humble and write the wisdom that I will show you. Behold, you have watched me, and now I will bless you. Today I have given you your sight. Okay, no, I got that. And so on the first day, the Maker gave me 5 lines of wisdom, and I wrote the first 5 lines in 5 sections, 1 in each section. And so on the second day, and so on the second, 5 more lines of wisdom, second lines of each of the 5 sections. For 125 days, the Maker gave me 5 lines of wisdom each day, and they were added to the sections. And then I rested. And this is how these words of the Maker were given to me. But I know not whether they are signs of things that have been, or signs of things that will be. And these lines I have written, so that those who come after me will know the wisdoms of the Maker. 1, 2, all right. Whoa. Okay, that's not huge. I'm gonna step away from these. I'll come back and read those, but I have a feeling they'll be useful later. But maybe I need to know which volume to use for a certain puzzle, so I'm gonna wait on those. All right. We have taken a drink of water. I guess the only thing left to do is hop into a linking book, right? Oh, this looks sci-fi. Let's do it. Let's get it. It's a lot of reading, but if you want to understand Myst lore, you got to do the reading. No two ways about it. Majora, were you asking me how my Japanese is going? How like learning it is going? I'm sorry, I kinda got sidetracked, but it's going well. Well, it could be going better. My commute to school is really long, so when I'm going to classes, I listen to it on the drive every day. But because I'm on break, I'm home most days, and I've kind of stagnated a little bit. I definitely haven't backslid. I've been doing it occasionally still to stay sharp, but I definitely feel like I've stagnated a little. Please retrieve your kit. The DRC. This world feels different. This feels like some Battlestar Galactica stuff. Oh, I'm so used to things just being fixed and like I can click on them that startled the heck out of me. All right. This feels like a landmine. Should I not step on this? Nope, just like a bowl or something. That's like in Riven there were these stones that you would lay over a linking book to like make it to like activate it or turn it into a different linking book or something like that, right? Maybe that's what that is. Read it like it's a fun book. Was my reading not fun enough for you? I'm sorry. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Roboto. All right. All right, what was that? I keep picking things up. All right, let me see. I'm gonna look up if there's a way to access an inventory. But I'm also under the influence and having a blast, so yeah. Look, man, whatever makes you enjoy the stream and hang out, it's fine with me. You do you, man. Let me tab. Mess with my chat window a little bit here. Just want to center it better. It's a little nitpicky thing, but you know. All right. Oh, I see. Yeah. It is a fun book. It's a fun bit of lore. How to open inventory in I don't know how to Uru, Ages Beyond Myst controls. I feel like I missed something. Middle click to walk backwards. Oh, I can look at the game guide. Good. All right. I have Steam on my computer. I can probably open up the manual here, yeah. Just get a look at these controls. I can't figure out. Basic keyboard controls. What, there's no inventory? I keep picking stuff up. All right, but the manual does say that I should prioritize third-person view for exploration, which I'm. No, I'm not doing that. Sorry. That feels awful. Can I make this jump? Yes, I can. I can't help but feel like there's less here. Like I feel like there's just less going on in this game than in previous games. But it almost like it's making me, I feel like my puzzle solving skills from the other games in this series don't translate super well because like I'm just accustomed to, like, what did I do here? And that lit up for a second. Okay. Let's see, what other ways can I go? Window over there, that's where I started. There's that other linking book that I can always try. Make sure I can open this door. Yep, doesn't appear that I can. Alright, I guess we're gonna hop in that other linking book and see what we can see. We're getting pretty meta here. This is we've linked inside of a link. Huh. Don't know how to interpret this yet, but I'm definitely taking a picture of it. Ugh. Well, that looks like a big, beautiful area down there. How do I get there? How is it in the USA? It's fine. The pandemic stuff is still kind of rough. Aha. Okay. Um, that's making me think I... Okay, what else do I got? Oh, this gives me a journal. Not going to use it, though. I'm going to use my notes. Suck it. Oh, I never opened this wardrobe either, did I? Oh. Interesting, interesting. Oh, it gave me goggles for the other one. Alright, that's pretty cool. Yeah, alright. I mean, you know, I just, generally speaking, I think we've all, however you feel about it, whatever your take on it is, I just feel like we've all kind of had enough talking to each other about the pandemic. At this point, I'm just, someone tells me to do something, whatever, man. So like for us at school, we can't do the cloth masks anymore. We need to do the like the N95s or surgical masks, and it's like, that's fine. I just got to figure out where I'm gonna get some of those. Let's take me here. How do I? How do I get back to where I was? Can I not? That's weird. I can't tell if this game is bigger or smaller than the others, you know? Doesn't seem like I can do anything with that right now, at least. Well, up and down. Nope. Okay, yeah. Can't do anything with it. I love how your little avatar dude looks like people on Greek pottery. Does he? That's cool, I guess. I didn't... Wasn't what I was going for, but I do think it's just kind of like a... Whoa. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Which I understand. That's... Oh, hey! Hey! Hey, yo! We found one, you guys. Alright. I feel like this is just showing me symbols. Like I can't... Those are totally fixed. I can't really... These are maybe not. Nope, that's totally fixed. This is some kind of this is really interesting, actually. These like incredibly tall trees. I didn't really appreciate like where I was until I looked up. More like Da Vinci. This kind of feels like a scenario where a mini map would be helpful, but I think I've gotten the lay of the land after that quick run around. This area is really cool though. I like this very much. That's one of the things from the other age that I was just in. One of those weird bowl things on the ground. Alright. Let's see about this thing. DRC. Huh. Say dog in German, do you remember? I remember wow wow, right? The sound. So it seems like there's this weird this weird thing going on. Take me back to the forest. Where is that? Okay, yep. Okay, so this... So once again, we're looking at the Rivenese numbers. Giving me a couple variations of each symbol. Can't interact with it though. Hund. Dog is Hund. These correspond to the images through the viewers that we saw in the forest. I actually really like the music here. I know that, like, you know, sometimes the kind of symphony or operatic video game music can get kind of grating. All right, let's make a note. So symbols in forest viewfinders and spinning symbols over Rivenese numbers. Don't know what it means, but we should probably write it down. And I'm not really getting the vibe that there are, like, hidden corridors. Or anything like that, really. I feel like each of these areas is kind of speaking for itself. Just kind of double check and make sure that there's nothing that I can really click, but I don't think there is. Like, maybe there's something I need to do to stop these from spinning. I don't know, there's honestly a lot going on here. Gotta figure out what this thing is. I feel like there's some, oh. Huh. Oh, it's a way to take pictures. I think. Oh, I close it. Huh. I mean, this is... Yeah, it looks like OBS had some trouble there for a second. But it looks like we're back on track. What happens when I fall in the hole? Right back where I was. Oh, we got some new books. Oh, okay. So every time we link somewhere, it adds the linking book to the library. All right. I gotta take my dog out real quick, guys. You know, probably gonna be 5 minutes as usual, or less. So I will be right back. All right, and we're back. So this is really interesting. Oh. That is interesting. I realize I don't have a backpack. That's like a parachute. I literally parachuted into that spot in the desert. I think I gotta probably go somewhere else to... All right, so let's just blast through these and see what we can find out. We are in a mushroom forest. There's supposed to be 7 of those in each age. Oh, we're buffering again? Huh. OBS seems to be doing okay. It lost connection the first time that you said there was buffering, but wasn't really anything else. Alright, cool. Something I can interact with. Had to hit the button 3 times because it had a 3 on it. Can I hit it again? All right. Let's see if these do anything now. No? Are they all jammed or just that one? There's tension on it. Yeah, I can't control any of that stuff, at least not that I'm aware of. When I look through something like that. In I go. I can go inside, but I can't see inside? What kind of nonsense is that? Might be a timing thing, because I heard that thing click when I engaged it before. Let's try that. Alright, maybe I need to do it while it's chugging like that. Oh, no, apparently not. Okay. Welcome back, Majora. Looks like things have died down a little bit, but that's alright. That's alright. Now's the time for introspective puzzle solving. Not much. I think right now I'm really still just kind of trying to run around and take these ages in. Kind of hard to determine what the goal is right now. It feels like all these ages are maybe actually like connected somehow. Let's see, what else can I mess with here? Oh, you sent me the Bioshock prints? Alright, I'm gonna look at them now. Just, tab. Oh yeah, right on, man. Those look great. I like the red actually. It's always funny like when you see something that's a really recognizable shape, but it's in a different color. It's got like a different silhouette. How big is that? It looks like it's like maybe 6 or 7 inches tall, something like that. Sorry, metric. Maybe 10 centimeters or so, something like that. Right? No, like 20 centimeters. Sorry, I don't know metric nearly as well as I know imperial. $15 centimeters, right in the middle. Alright, let's see what happens when I yank this one. Greater than 5 centimeters? Or 5 centimeters is greater than... 'Kay, let me try this one last time, and then I'll just hop into that last age and, you know, kind of see what I can see. Five centimeters is approximately the height of a bird. Am I getting you right? All right. Back to the hub world. Link books. There's 3 symbols. What does this symbol mean? Oh, that link to that place. Or no, that link to... What? I haven't been there. I remember that. Oh. It's 15 centimeters to the top and it's 5 centimeters wide. I see now. Alright, let's go back here to this first area. There we go. That was weird. I was like stuck in a wall for a second there. Please retrieve your key. Uh-huh. So if this is a key, it must unlock doors, right? Has to. Let's see if this does anything, just to sort of, as I sort of walk around this facility. Take a picture of that. Don't know what it means, but I'll take a picture of it. I don't think there's any way out of this hole other than to see your link book. Oh, you printed the logo too. I must have missed it. Oh no, send me the logo print also. I want to see it. All right, I think I'm just gonna check out this last age here. This is a weirdly structured Myst game, I have to say. Yeah, that's awesome. Man, I gotta get me a 3D printer. That's so sick. Hmm. Okay, so we can potentially increase the pressure. Hmm. I think we can climb that vine. Nope. Just a vine. Oleander, you crocheted some little sisters and a big daddy? Alright, hang on. Everyone go to my Discord and send all of your art that you are proud of that you would like to share in the Discord. Just put it in general because I don't have channels set up yet. But clearly I need to be setting up an art channel. I want to see it. Majora, send your 3D prints again. Oleander, please send those crochet things and anything else that you want to send, BioShock related or not. I would love to see it. Oh yeah, the pressure's building. Pressure's building. Look at that. Can barely handle it. This last one. You need a link to my Discord. You can find a link to my Discord on my actual YouTube account. On the right-hand side of my banner, you'll see the Discord symbol, and you can click it, and it's an invite to join the Riveting Material Discord server. That's right. We now have a Discord server. It's official. Mushroom World, Tree World, Fish World. That wasn't really reading to me as a fish world, that place that we just were. Tree World. I don't know what that is. Mushroom World. The truth is, a man is found in the darkness beneath the surface. Okay, so we need to get beneath the surface for that one. I don't know what this one is. Disobedience of virtue. The trees. The only way a man... Ponder and recognize all that is hidden. And then the fish world. When all is taken, how that remains is what is given by another. Through this giving, both are remedied. Alright, so where do we want to go back to? Apparently there are 2 more just like raw linking books. Huh. Just those 4 out there, but alright, well. I want to go back to this one. Alright, I think I know what we need to do. Or what I need to do. I have a suspicion at least. We gotta close all these up except for that one. Gotta save that one for last. And hopefully, if everything works, it will launch us up so we can get that handprint. Looks like we need to get that handprint by just by just slipping off the edge in the right place at the right time. Whoop. Okay, unfortunately I can't really see. Whoop. Maybe if I stand over here I'll be able to see it better. Oleander is back. I want to say it was here. I can just risk it. Yeah, I'll just run around quick. Just run around quick and make sure. Find some kind of landmark I can use. Ah, okay. Yeah, I would have died. It's right there. Whoa! That was pretty sick, huh? Don't think I was supposed to do that at all. Yeah. Nope. That's okay. I'm going right back. Oh crap. That's not what I wanted to do at all. I'm going to look at the crochets in... There we go. I had a feeling. In just a second. All right. Alt-tab. Take a look. Over here in my Discord. Majora's beautiful 3D prints. Oleander. I recognize your Discord profile picture, good sir. That is, Fantastic Planet. I watched that movie just like a handful of months ago for the first time. All of your crochets are fantastic. That's like, you know, it reminds me of Sackboy from Little Big Planet for obvious reasons, but the Big Daddy is obviously the coolest because it's like you got to cross the mechanical components with the drill and the eyes bulging out and things stitched back and forth. Those are so cool, man. You should be really proud of yourself. All right. We should get back into Yeah, the drag, I forgot. Get on top. What? Launched me up an inch. Come on. I thought for sure that was what I was supposed to do. Look how perfectly aligned it is. So where can I benefit? How can I get there? It seemed really clear to me that that I was meant to close all those up and then stand on the last one and let it sort of, maybe I need to jump at the right moment too. Some behind the crochet hook facts. I'm ready. The drill was a pain in the ass to make, I would imagine. The little ones were for a Jack cosplay. Very cool. And the Big Daddy is the biggest plushie you've made. How many plushies have you made? I mean, probably just a rough estimate, but I'd love to know. Seeing if I can boundary break a little bit. I don't think I can. Maybe I actually need to get over those rocks. Let's try that next. Let's also try jumping at the right moment. You've made 7 or 8. 1 prototype little sister. The 3... little ones I just saw. Big Daddy. Ash from Evil Dead. Andrew Ryan and Killer Queen from JoJo. Okay. I haven't seen Evil Dead, but it's one on my list because I love Sam Raimi. I know. How can I say that having not seen the Evil Dead series? I know. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, man. You know what I just like... You ever get a craving that just hits you like a truck? I want Oreos so bad right now. That ever happened to you? When you just kind of feel like, dang. I forgot Oreos existed. I forgot what they tasted like. And then I remembered what they tasted like and how awesome they are. And now I'm just like... really missing Oreos. Alright, so we want to open this one. Because we want to save it for last. And this time we'll try to jump at the perfect moment. This has got to be the solution to this puzzle, right? There's no other... there's no other way. Thank you for the trigger warning on the first Evil Dead. That is helpful. Thank you. Good gracious. Whoops. Not the one that I wanted. You're the one that I want. You're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right. Now let's get out there and make a difference. Ah, crike. I also haven't seen Blue Velvet, but I'll heed your content warning. I'm going to assume that it's pretty intense. I'm going to change my shirt, because why not? You know? Kind of don't like looking at that parachute. All right, let's run all around. Maybe it just gives me a super jump. If I like time it right. Hey! Oh, we got it. So we got it. Geez, I don't know. Who could be back? Backstreet back? Hey, Majora, what's up? Lamp. Very cool. That's where I came from. Dang it. Yeah. Alright, I guess I'll try again. I just, is it cold by me? I mean, yeah, it's pretty cold. I would say it's quite cold by most people's standards. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to navigate this cave yet. Maybe I'll get some kind of lamp or lantern lady. Well, does it produce light? No. All right. I can't even see the way out this time. Here we go. Like -1 Celsius or -15 Celsius? Probably closer to -15 Celsius, to be honest. I think by like most. Well, I don't know. Let me think. The coldest day that we had recently was -15 Fahrenheit. So let me convert that to Celsius. Yeah, so our most recent cold day was -25 degrees Celsius, just about. Today it's much better. Today it's about -2, -3 Celsius. So there you go. Okay. Is it raining or snowing? Oh, it's snowing. It's snowing. Oleander, it's about 27 Fahrenheit, so it's below snowfall temp. All right. So now we know how to handle this puzzle. We can get that second page. Seems like we're making the most progress in this age so far. Gonna go ahead and uncover this one. By you, it's 1 to 5 degrees Celsius. Yeah, so that's, that's pretty chilly still. Nothing to shake a stick at. But where I grew up in upstate New York, and it gets very, very cold up there, believe it or not. There were a lot of days growing up. It's a pretty regular thing every winter, where there would be maybe, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 days every winter, not necessarily back to back, but they could be spread out where, like parents would be told to, if like your kid was waiting at a bus stop or waiting outside, to send them to school with like an extra pair of socks and gloves and stuff, because it was so cold that you'd get frostbite. Any exposed skin would be frostbitten within like minutes, within like 5 to 10 minutes. Any exposed skin is just, gonna freeze. So that's where I grew up. So even compared to that, it's actually a bit warmer here. Alright, so now it's kind of annoying because we need to cover and then uncover. Yeah, it's definitely the age-old question, which is better, extreme heat or extreme cold. There's definitely arguments to both. There's arguments to saying, well, it's better to be in extreme heat or it's better to be in extreme cold, I think. The winter where you are is negative 12 degrees Celsius. It's an absolute low. Yeah, so I mean that's quite cold. It's I mean either way, right? It's difficult to find an optimal temperature. It's difficult to find homeostasis. I definitely like the autumn and spring seasons very much. But I think I don't know. I like summer. I don't think I mind extreme heat that much. As long as I have access to something to cool off, you know, as long as I have like ready access to water to drink, or obviously if someone has AC or central cooling in the house, that's awesome. Hello, close. But you know, like I said, I grew up in very extreme cold, so or very extremely cold winters. The summers where I grew up were actually pretty hot, but the winters were, yeah. I mean, there was more than one occasion. There have been more than one occasions in my life where like I've gotten not frostbite. I've never gotten frostbite, but you know, like kind of nerve damage from like being too cold. Oh no no no! Damn it! Ah, shit. I went on autopilot. Crap. Now I gotta redo all these. I totally forgot what I was doing. And I went to close that one. I should have grabbed one of those other linking books. It would have prevented me doing this again. Oh well. I don't know that I'm going to be able to beat this one in a day. Am I supposed to fill up that entire freaking bookshelf with ages? That's a big bookshelf, y'all. What art do I like? Well, I grew up with comic books. I think a lot of what I love today comes from movies, games, and comic books. Um, my favorite superhero is Spider-Man, as I stated in my No Way Home review. Music-wise, I don't know. Music-wise, I'm sort of all over the place. I'm definitely not. I'm by no means like a connoisseur of music at all. There are people that go way deeper with it than I do. Oh, this is kind of feeling like Riven now. But what I do listen to, I listen to like a wide array of genres. But I won't say I like every genre. I won't say that I like everything. I'm definitely not somebody who really goes nose deep into music. I do have an iPod though, believe it or not. I have like a click wheel iPod Classic that I listen to everything on. I got sick of Spotify, so I just downloaded all my music and keep it there. Now I want to know if these are connected. Yes, okay. So this is the age that we're doing the best in by far, by a long shot. We have to remember there's still that cave that we need to see into. Hard to say what's really going on here with these rock drawings. This is the tree world. And this looks like it's been erased. Interesting stuff to ponder. And this is the final door. Whoa. Just a creature vibing up there. Hey, man. It's a balance. Drawing of a balance. Person must balance with 4 things. There is that one thing that I can get into. Maybe that's a hint about that. Something about balancing with 4 rocks. Some kind of giant. Some kind of totem with spores around them. You grew up reading Captain Underpants. Me too. Me too. I used to love those books. I actually quite liked the animated movie. I thought it did the series justice. It's raining. Whoa. That is spectacular. Wow. That was one of the things that I kind of noticed about the other games in the series. You know, that isn't really sort of just a limitation, not really a flaw. Because I was like, man, it would be really cool if there was a way to do a dynamic, like, day-night cycle or weather system. But man, this rain is a vibe, big time. This dude is a goofball, man. Let me just cross my arms and sit on this bench in the rain. Comes and goes. Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's imagery just everywhere. Oh, hello. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. 3 more. 3 more, folks. Crushing it. Your art at the time is studying biology and 3D modeling. Yeah, man. 3D modeling is tough. I've done it a little bit, but it's not I don't have an aptitude for it. So good on you if you can do the 3D modeling. The rain makes me want to curl up in blankets and listen to Time After Time by Chet Baker. Chet Baker was a jazz singer who's best known for singing a version of My Funny Valentine. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of him. Maybe I have. Maybe I'd know if I heard, some songs. First draft. At the age of 121, Shomat had resided in his palace of the kings for 20 years. Though the palace had taken 45 years to construct and new additions had been added every year, Shomat was still not pleased with all that surrounded him. His palace was larger than any structure in the city, and the gardens of his palace were more beautiful than any other living plants that the people had ever known. But Shomat demanded more from those who created his home and his gardens. Shomat sent messages demanding that Lamash, the head, this world seems to define some kind of leader. Whoops. Of the servants, although they never defined them as servants. Have to ask Dr. Watson. Wow, this is okay. We're going deep. Of his palace, come to his gardens immediately, and Lamash obeyed. Yes, my king, what is it that you require of me? Do you see these bulbs of orange and leaves of brown that surround me? Of course, my king, they are unlike any that dwell in this cavern. Do you see the intricate stone that surrounds me? Asked Shomat. Of course, again, there is none like them in the cavern. And Shomat suddenly became angry, cursing at his servants, and screaming at those in his presence. Who do you think that I am? Do you think that I have never used the books to see the beauty that lies outside this cavern? I have written these books myself, even while you have seen me trained by the Grand Master, and yet you act as though I should be pleased at the beauty that now surrounds me. Beauty that comes only from this cavern of no light, no warmth, and no color. Do you think stone and darkness are all that I require? What do you think that I am? My king, what is it that you ask of me? Bring me to Grand Master Kenry. Together you will work in a writing sense with him, and create for me real beauty, roaring water, colors beyond imagination, living creations, not stone. These are the gardens that I demand. Now go and bring them to me. And so Lamash went to Kenry, Grand Master of the Guild of Writers, and together they created an age with beauty that was beyond that which any man had seen before. And together they brought their king to the age. 8 months, these are Dunny months, after his request had been made. Shomat was pleased with all that he saw, broad leaves of green and yellow, flowers of every color, and roaring waters of blue and turquoise, like the most colorful stones of Dunny. And he promoted Lamash, as he was already head. I'm not sure about his promotion, but the word is fairly clear, and made Kenry his most prized Grand Master in all of Dunny. Shomat spent every day on his new age, and he asked for more of them, and asked his architects to provide structures on these ages. And while this happened, Shomat's brothers continued to grow more jealous, and their anger turned to rage. They had not been invited to live in the palace of their brother, and now, through multitudes of common citizens, were invited to the gardens of Shomat. Never once were they allowed to visit, and their hearts burned towards their king and brother. So it was that Shomat was sitting alone in his garden age when two creatures approached him. Though they resembled men, they walked on their arms and legs and moved quickly. Shomat was frightened upon seeing the creatures and immediately called for his guards. The creatures ran from the guards, but Shomat ordered his guards to follow them, and the guards obeyed. It was not until the next day that they returned. They claimed they had seen a city with hundreds of these creatures living in it, conversing with one another and organizing armies. This sounds terrifying. These armies lived inside of the garden age of Shomat, and Shomat was very afraid. Shomat ordered the men who had seen the village to be put in prison, not sure if book or physical prison, for what they saw, and he called his most trusted advisor, Lamash, to his residence in the city. Upon hearing of the creatures and their organization, Lamash too was frightened. "We have no choice but to burn the book," Lamash recommended. "You know this age is not ours. If it is already inhabited, you know the rules of our writing, and of our books, and of our people." But Shomat's heart was not moved by the words of Lamash, and he grew more angry and enraged. "The world was created by me, for me. If there are others who exist, they will have to be killed. It is Dunny now." Oh shit. So Shomat ordered for his brothers to be brought into his palace, and he informed them of his dilemma. Shomat asked his brothers if they would kill those who lived in his garden age, and he bribed them with talk of power and authority. And so they agreed, even though they hated their brother. And the brothers of Shomat traveled to the age and went to the creatures to destroy them. But in talking with the creatures, they became convinced that the creatures should not be killed, but instead they should be used to destroy their brother. And so they devised a plan to kill their brother, the king. While Shomat waited in his palace in the city, his brothers appeared to him. "We have finished," they announced. "The creatures are all dead." Shomat was pleased to hear such words from his brothers, and on the outside he showed love to them. "My brothers, I have done much wrong to you. There have been many times that I have not treated you like even those who work in my palace, and I am sorry for these actions. But today you have proven that you do not hold your anger like I do. You are better than me. You have shown me favor, and so I ask you to accept what I have to offer you. Please accept this gift." And Shomat gave his brothers a linking book. Its pages were filled with descriptions of beauty and life like Shomat's own garden age. "And it will be kept here in this palace, where you will live now." Filled with pleasure and forgetting their hate for Shomat, his brothers went to the age quickly, and it was there that they died, thinking they had fooled their brother. Shomat burned the book in his own fire, forever erasing his brothers and their deceit from his mind. And Shomat ordered the Grand Master to change his garden age so that those who lived there would die. And Kenri obeyed the king, even though he knew it was wrong, and his life was filled with turmoil until he died. But Shomat, though he did what was wrong, continued to live and pursue all that he wanted. The story continues, but it seemed a good point to stop. I'd like to go over this a few more times with some better translators, maybe even Dr. Watson. I filled in a lot of words as best as I could for now. Okay. Wow, alright. This is giving me Backrooms vibes, minus the clipping out of reality thing. Just the whole game, or like that story? All right, so what do we need? We need 3 more of those handprints. Then we're set. It's pretty good. Hmm. I come out up there. Of that cave up top. So I think I think knowing where the outlet is now, I should be able to kind of blindly navigate it. Yeah, those creatures sounded very like contemporary creepypasta-esque. You know? Human things that look like humans but just like move fast and crawl all the time. I can actually see a little tiny bit of the ground. Gotten pretty deep in. I can't see anything now. Oh. Oh, that's up. Holy crap. All right, I need a torch, right? There's got to be a torch or a flashlight or something that I can. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that I need a. Even though I was able to kind of blindly make that work, um, I think that there's more that I require. Yeah, there's so much like paraphernalia from real life. I don't know that I'm a fan of that. Wow. All right. Are these all... Looks like we got some reading to do, you guys. These ones don't seem terribly long, but the other ones on that table. All right, well, these are short. Got more over here, though. Check this out. I know the doctor doesn't want us to touch these, but I bet Watson would like to know how these register with the doors. DRC. And don't lose it. I could barely get it off the wall when I did. It was pretty scary. Maybe the weirdest thing is that when I went back later, the cloth that I got this piece from was intact again. Why the heck is my book? Where the heck is my book, and why did someone take it in the first place? The Mr. Yuck sticker. That's cool. I can pick up these character customization items. That's what it is. The hard hats. I'll come back to read these. Mysterium 2000. Alright, this is sick. The manhole... The manhole was one of the first games made by, Cyan. All right. Time to read. Oh, that's what it's from. PSAs on the purple. Not that one, right? Yeah, that one. Alright, let's drink some water to help my throat a little bit. Let's do some reading. The last batch of papers you sent me were very interesting. Since you did such a good job, I've got another list I'd like you to divvy up to the team. How you do it is up to you. 1. I'd like some more information on family life, ceremonies, etc. Anything related to birth, marriage, cultural events. I know we have quite a bit of source material for this, so anything you would get would be quite helpful. I think we've gathered quite a bit on science and technology, but not enough on personal lives of these people. We have quite a bit of guild information, but gathering that all into one tidy area would be very nice. The Fall is still an obvious area where we are lacking. I'm not sure I can help you with research material, but given the latest information we are getting at some time, we are going to have to dig into this. I recommend assigning someone the sole task of the Fall. Continue on with the kings. A short synopsis of all the kings would be very helpful, following the form you started with the last batch. We still have religious writings we need to translate. These are going to be the most difficult, but I think they can give us large amounts of helpful information. We have a stack of journals from various Dunny residencies, etc., not to mention ages. I think that will be more than enough for now. Again, thank your team and tell them they are doing great work. Dr. Watson. Alright, you guys. So. Whew. Big yawn, I'm sorry. It seems like the reason the guy who made the Bioshock Iceberg image liked this game so much is because this one has by far the largest lore implications. King Karach took the throne in 631 DE at the age of 54. Karath is probably the most well-known name of all the kings, not because he was necessarily considered the best, but because he was the last. His name came to represent all the kings in later years, including the renaming of the Arch of the Kings to the Arch of Karath. His mother had raised him to follow the teachings of Gish, and by the time he took the throne, he was believed to be a wholehearted believer in the followers. Because of that, and the experience of watching his father interact with his advisors, Karath had decided from an early age that a king was no longer the correct way that Dunny should be led. At least, he argued, not until the true great king would come. The fact that Karath is in a single reign was able to convince his people that the way they had been ruled for thousands of years was wrong and should be changed should be considered nothing short of miraculous. Karath carefully crafted his arguments as a benefit for the guilds more than anything else. After all, he argued Dunny is the guilds. Let us be protected by their fortresses and be ruled by their wisdom. It was hard for the guilds not to support a proposal that removed the king from the highest authority and replaced him with 5 lords that would be automatically chosen from the Grand Masters of the guilds. It gave all of the power of Dunny to the guilds, and there were only a few Grand Masters who seemed to disagree. Those few were known as faithful followers of the Great King and Renareth, who had always supported the role of kings. Fortunately for Karach, though his people believed in a variety of different philosophical ideologies, only those who faithfully followed the original teachings of Renareth and the Great King were disturbed at the thought of no king, and it was the majority of Dunny who no longer followed those beliefs, but instead those of Nimia, Gish, the Watcher, and various others. As a result, it was a cultural impact that the public had to overcome, and not a religious one. Karath, attempting to further please the guilds, recommended new renovations and additions to the council chamber and construction of a new guild hall, meant to celebrate the new power that would be theirs, a symbol of the new power of the guilds and lords, and further insult to the Great King, burying his memory even further under government construction. Construction began in 690 DE on the new guild hall. There was no better symbol of the attitude of the Dunny in 697 DE, or 6970 DE. The tomb of the Great King was further buried under massive buildings dedicated to the government and the guilds. By the end of his reign, Karath had convinced a majority of Dunny of his own beliefs. Most claimed to be followers of Gish and his writings, and most viewed the outsiders as a threat. If not now, then soon, Karath often said. After his death, Karath's words would be proven true with the onset of the Merdis War. Outside factions invaded with attempts to destroy the ink-making and bookmaking guilds, and almost succeeded. By the time the war would end, there would only be a few left who did not follow Gish and thus believe in the end of most outsider involvement. The discovery that conservative factions had led to this start of the Midas War would come much later, when it was far too late to alter the conservative trends. Regardless, in 6977 DE, Karath abdicated the throne and gave over power to the kings of the five lords of Dunny history. They were Lord Tarai of the Guild Messengers, Lord Hemlath of the Guild, or Hemla of the Guild Healers, Lord Moleth of the Guild of Caterers, oh wow, Lord Kedri of the Guild of Writers, and Lord Kareen of the Guild of Analysts. Kareth died 8 years later. The time of kings was over. All right. Whoops. King Miamen took the throne in 5240 DE at the age of 83. One of the biggest announcements of Miamen's reign came rather quickly and was offered by the Guild of Miners and Stonemasons, who had worked together. In 5307, they revealed Nara as it had been created in a laboratory weeks earlier. Nara offered tremendous opportunities for mining and construction and ended up having a massive impact on future opportunities for Dunny. Even at the time of its release, there was apparently much excitement about its potential. In 5312 DE, disease broke out in the industrial district of Dunny, most likely originating in the age of Yesef. The outbreak caused widespread panic, as many predicted another plague similar to what had occurred during the 2100s. Fortunately, the illness was not nearly as lethal as the aforementioned, and the Guild of Healers reacted extraordinarily fast in finding a cure. Regardless, there was again a new push to at least separate the Newer Hill district far away from the city proper. So basically, this lore is Wheel of Time levels of I gotta make the people take notes and look at guides and shit. The lore, yes. The puzzle solving, not so much. The puzzle solving usually doesn't pertain very much to what's in a book. But sometimes it's like a generally helpful. But yeah, like each game just really cracks the lore wide open. And this one, Uru is like really trying to blast everything apart in a hugely detailed way. Yeah, so I'm gonna dive back in because we have a lot of reading to do. Mayman apparently liked the idea quite a bit and encouraged the surveyors to begin looking into such an expansion. In 5359 DE, the Dunny received another great reason to begin major expansion when it came in the form of Stonetooth. It was the second of the Great Diggers and quite a bit more powerful and technologically advanced than the older Stone Eater. Mayman immediately ordered the Guild of Miners to begin clearing an area along with Stone Eater for a new industrial district replacing Newiriel. Newiriel. It was not until 5475 DE that actual construction was begun on the new industrial section of Uran. Less than 100 years after the Stone Tooth in 5473 DE, the Guild of Maintainers, announced that the newly discovered Derethany could be used to create much improved and much more protective maintainer suits. Though such an announcement may not seem especially important, the new suits ended up having a great impact on Dunny culture, since the maintainers were able to take bigger risks with the types of ages they could explore. The Guild of Writers were allowed to be a bit more liberal with their writing, and a new breed of age was begun. Wow. During Mimin's reign, worlds became a common topic of discussion, and attention was again given to the older temples. Evidence points to numerous remodels and renovations of many of the secular temples that had been built years earlier on the new line of the Great Zoo. It seems that Mimin himself paid little attention to the religious pulse of his people, being much more interested in technological advancements and city expansion to care. Once Mimin felt that Stone Eater and Stone Tooth were no longer needed, he recommended using them to build an underground tunnel, connecting the island to the city proper, and minimizing the need for boat travel. His proposition was not embraced by any means, especially by the upper classes who were living on the island. Apparently, there were a number of protests for fear of the effect the tunnel could have on the island. The proposal was also rejected by most of the guilds, causing Mimin to not force it. In 5500 DE, the first imports from other ages were linked into the new Uran district, much further from the city. Uran said it was to be a tremendous improvement. Hey, we got a nudie bot in the chat again. Jeez. All right. I gotta fix that. All right. Uran was said to be a tremendous improvement over older Nueriel, much more advanced, much safer, and there was tremendous celebration on the day of its opening. Security was tight, and the new district, as it was revealed later, had uncovered a variety of plots intended to display some sort of faction's disagreement with the district. In 5540 DE, Miyamin's only son became extremely ill and ended up passing away 6 months later. As a member of the Guild of Healers, Asham was often among the first to investigate new ages to make sure their safety in relation to disease. As a result of his death, the age was not approved until a cure could be found. Miyamin considered the actions of his son heroic and changed the name of the Uran district to Ashemen a year after his death. It was said that the death left Miyamin deeply saddened, devoid of excitement, and devoid of the excitement he had shown throughout his reign. Many said it forced him to the prophecies Tirasai. Miyamin apparently spent much time with Tirasai in his last days and was able to die a content man because of her. Miyamin died in 5540 DE at the very ripe age of 392. What? And chose his nephew, probably on recommendation of Trisirai, to succeed him. Okay. Wow. Keep your pasties and G-string out of my Myst. Yeah. Be gone, bot. All right. We can do this. Yep, we can do it. Hey, Majora, welcome back. We're, the Myst Marathon has turned into a reading marathon. But we're in it. We got it. Seems as though my first inclination towards class structure was incorrect. Though early on there was little in the way of class society, such a high ideal faded quickly. By 9400 DE, there were 7 very distinct classes. Elite, the lords of the Grand Masters of the major guilds. It was possible for private citizens to be accepted, but if so, abundant resources were needed. It was only the elite who owned private libraries of books and the private islands. Quite a few obvious attempts to reach out and unify the classes, although I'm not sure it did much good. Common libraries, major guild scholarships, renovation of poor district all seem more political than life-changing. Not surprising, I suppose. Guild members. Yes, it was possible for the lower classes to attend, but it seems by the end The schools were far too expensive and prestigious to allow for such. As a result, the graduates became a class among themselves, and a very high one at that. Upper class, the lowest of the three higher classes. Such citizens had succeeded in private enterprise and most likely provide the elite with their books, pubs, etc. No major guild education for the most part, but enough money to buy their way into the upper classes. Middle class, mostly shop owners and the like, able to afford some luxuries of Dunny but still considered far from the elite. Rare but possible for them to own books as well as private ages. Seem to make up most of the minor guild enrollment. High poor. The higher classes of poor seem to be mostly of industrial workers, many of whom spent their time on foreign ages, before it was outlawed, of course. It seems that this class, along with the lower two, did not own books. Low poor. I can't seem to find a better name for them. However, it seems clear that there were two classes of poor. These low poor were relegated to their own districts and rarely seen, even with the middle class, and never with the upper classes. Possibly used as servants, although generally looked down upon. Sub-low, question mark? Reference to the less an undefined subclass are found on rare occasions. Not enough data to elucidate. All right. That's interesting. Pregnancy? You guys can't see my webcam. All I have is the VTuber, but I'm gonna read about Dunny pregnancy right now? What? All right. Now this is surprising. You're telling me you wrote about it. I can't say for sure, but it seems fairly clear that Dunny women were only fertile for one Dunny day every 2 Dunny months. Wow. In surface terms, that's roughly only 30 hours every 72 days. How are there so many classes then? It seems like their population would be remarkably easy to control. You know? Why would there be so many lower classes? If true, it explains quite a few things. First, why there were so few children for people who lived 300 years. And secondly, the reason behind the rather large celebrations of pregnancy. Oh, because they live 300 years. It didn't break me. I'm just like, what has happened? The last game I played was about like a dude getting revenge on Atris, and this one is telling me about Dunny pregnancy. My V model as a crack. What does that mean? Is he broken? He doesn't look broken. As far as I can see, these celebrations were usually limited to family members, although they were rather large. There was quite a bit of prayer to Yahoo, as well as blessings from the family members. These blessings usually included vows to care for the pregnant woman and child through the coming months. As I have mentioned in other areas, pregnant women were believed to be much more insightful as a result, part of the pregnancy experience, although not part of the official ceremony, was using that insight to gain revelation from Yahoo. Although there was quite a bit of religious meditation expected of women during this time, I won't go into it here. However, this meditation was expected to primarily guide the women to her child's future and its purpose, and was taken rather seriously. The head. It's a crack in the head. You mean the reflection? That's been there. On my hair? Yeah, it's just a little reflection, just a little extra detail. While pregnancy within marriage was cause for great celebration, the same cannot be said for pregnancy outside of marriage. As far as I can tell, any woman who became pregnant was expected to immediately marry, and any child conceived out of wedlock was unable to join a guild for its entire life. Wow. As well, no revelation was expected from such a mother. This was as equivalent a curse to a lower class woman as her child would not be able to attend a guild of the upper class. As far as I can see, gestation was a full year, 10 Dunny months, 290 Dunny days, equivalent to 1 Earth year. I mean, not really equivalent to 1 Earth year. I have found no records of multiple births. No such thing as twins? All right. Maturity. Wait a minute. There's no way. Is this book about to be about puberty? Hold on, you guys. What do you? Am I about to read about puberty? Cast your votes. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see if anyone, if you guys think that this book is about puberty. So that's what the pause is for. Yeah, I think so. Majora thinks that this is a puberty book. Yep. All right, here we go. Similar to a variety of other cultures, the Dunny celebrated a child's entrance into reason and maturity. The Dunny believed that the true maturity of the age of reason, as they called it, was achieved at the age of 25. Before that, the Dunny believed that children's minds and hearts were not properly formed. Up until that time, they even went so far as to say it was impossible for a child to truly make correct decisions as they were too easily controlled by other motives. That did not mean that what they did was not right or wrong, but the Dunny believed that Yahoo did not hold them accountable for those decisions up to that point. It was apparently up to the parents to judge and protect, and thus another reason society encouraged couples to only have one child at a time, under 25. In the ceremony of readiness, the Dunny celebrated a child's entrance into reason and maturity. At the ceremony, the child was presented with a bracelet of knowledge, also translated as maturity. I have to admit the translation is somewhat poor and makes it sound like a magical or superstitious item, something it did not sound like to them. In fact, it was a fairly serious item. Yeah, my dog's here. You can hear him breathing. The Dunny viewed the bracelet as a sign of accountability. The individual, once given the bracelet, was expected to be responsible for his or her actions, as he or she had true knowledge of good and evil, and the wisdom to make the right choices between both. Associated with the bracelet were certain rights as well as expectations to behave in a more correct manner. It sounds like my dog needs to go out, so we'll continue reading about puberty in just a minute here, you guys. I'm also going to try to maybe get like a lozenge or something, because I worry about my voice with all this reading. Whoops. Alright, y'all, we're back. Though the age of reason was 25, the Dunny did not consider true wisdom to come until much later, with not nearly the fanfare that the age of reason brought. At 125 years of age, there was another celebration for reaching the age of wisdom. Perhaps most importantly, regarding that status, the Dunny were allowed to become highest ranks of teachers or leaders, grandmasters or lords. The same rules applied to women, and no woman under the age of 125 was technically allowed to advise, especially the kings. As well, it appears that a woman's fertility ended around the age of 125. During the lifetime of kings, advisors were required for those kings who were under the age of 125, as the king himself had not achieved the age of wisdom. The great king Athlinar was the only king who did not have an official advisor, even though he was under the age of wisdom for the majority of his reign. What is better, foot or centimeter? I mean, look, there's a lot about the the metric system that's just superior. Everything's a multiple of 5. Everything, or everything's a multiple of 10. Why did I say 5? Everything's a multiple of 10. It scales much more nicely. For most applications, it is superior, but I major in woodworking, so I use imperial all the time. It's probably what I'm a little more savvy with, but I mean, if I'm being honest, I think that the centimeter is better, the metric system. Much more than modern cultures within Dunny, within Dunny culture, all citizens were expected to marry. In fact, it was even believed that marriage was an important part of a relationship with Yavo, as it taught and revealed the necessary requirements for such a relationship. Both marriage relationships and the relationship with Yavo were described by the same Dunny word, Taegwan. Literally translated, the word means to love with the mind, and implied a deep understanding, respect, and most importantly, unselfish love for one another. Obviously, the religious influence on most of Dunny culture was very strong, and as a result, marriage was not something taken lightly. It was considered a lifetime commitment, and for a Dunny who could live to be 300 years old, it was not a decision that the Dunny felt should be rushed into, and it seems as though it rarely was. Some records point to rare arranged marriages, although for the most part, it seems that the decision was up to the individuals. Marriage was not permitted before the age of 25, and marriage between blood relatives was strictly forbidden. Cool. Though allowed, marriage between the classes was looked down upon. Marriage to other worlders was practically unheard of. I found certain writings from the 900s, I don't think that's a 9, going so far as to call the mixing of Dunny blood with outside cultures a travesty, while others wrote, such a child who marries an outsider was better off dead. Oh. So, Atris married an outsider. Interesting. The marriage ceremony itself was not a single-day event, but one that took over 5 days. Attendance to those sections of the ceremony to which one was invited was extremely important and was considered a disgrace to be invited and not attend. The event usually began with a small ceremony. Blendwork TV. Hey, what and where am I going to study? I've been studying. I'm a junior, second semester junior in college right now. So I'm just returning from winter break, and I'm go to art school. I'm a woodworking major, but I make all kinds of art. I just happened to. I needed to declare something, so I declared woodworking. But yeah. The ceremony always took place in the home of the groom or his parents and was meant to confirm both the bride and groom's decision to be united to one another in front of their immediate family. The groom presented his bride-to-be with a gift representing the confirmation of his choice. The acceptance of the gift by the bride-to-be was acknowledgement of her decision. Immediately after her acceptance of the gift, the bride-to-be was escorted away with her family and not to be seen by the groom until the joining ceremony that would take place on the 5th day. The first day was meant for the bride and groom to spend time with their families, as they were starting their own family. Their old family would no longer be the highest priority. Thus, the day was set aside to spend time with that original family. Traditionally, the day ended with a large meal as well as speeches and blessings from the parents to the child. The second day was set aside for the bride and groom to spend with friends, both married and unmarried. Traditionally, one of the friends would host a large dinner at the end of the day. The third day was reserved for spending time with the soon-to-be in-laws. It was on the day that the bride and groom received blessings from their in-laws as well as other members of the family. Again, there was a traditional larger meal at the end of the day marked by speeches from the eventual in-laws and other soon-to-be family members. The fourth day was meant for the couple to spend time alone with Yavo individually. Though many apparently viewed the day as a formality, others viewed it as the most significant of all the days. The day was often filled with prayer, asking for Yavo's blessings upon the event, as well as a time to understand Yavo's desires for their new lives together. It was also considered time to purify themselves before Yavo. Some choose to spend time with the priests or prophets, while others read the holy books and talk to Yavo himself. The fifth day was the day of joining. The early portion of the day was set aside for physical preparation, while the later part of the day was set aside for the joining ceremony itself. Revelation? Are you asking which game I'm playing? Or was it a question about something I read? Because there's a delay, so I don't know what I've read. Oh, gotta take a drink of some water though. I'm like, it looks like 2 of you just came in. I'm on this is the 5th book that I've read in this room. This room is just full of books. For those who did not have access to private ages, the ceremony usually took place on marriage ages. Wow, for the upper classes. The ceremony took place in family ages. All family was expected to attend, as were fellow guild members. So I'm playing Myst 4 right now. Well, not really, because Myst 4 is separate. I'm playing Uru, which was the fourth Myst game to come out, but it sort of departed from the main formula significantly, and it kind of looks different, but it does, as you can see based on all this reading, elaborate on the lore quite a bit. Majora's Mask printed a controller holder right on. That's useful. I've always wanted like a really deluxe console setup. Yeah, that would be something cool to do with 3D printing. Kind of agree with the Dunnies on marriage. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a fair point. I think that, yeah. Not much more to be said. Good point. Oh, you didn't play Uru past the cleft? Yeah, dude, like, I agree. The cleft was not, of all of the openings of all the Myst games, the cleft was bad. And the fact that every time I walked up to the dude in the trailer, he would just like tell me what to do was weird, but also like they didn't explain, I don't know. Like it took me forever to find out that I could climb up the fallen bridges because like it just, I don't know. The fact that it's a full 3D game makes it feel more restricted somehow. Of all those in attendance were divided into 2 sides. One side represented the groom, while the other represented the bride. That's just like us. Between the 2 sides in the center were a long aisle and a triangular podium. The bride and groom would each approach their side of the podium by walking through their respective family and friends. It was, after all, those family and friends who had made the bride and groom what they were, and the Dunny believed it was those family and friends who should be present, their bride and groom to their spouse, who should present their bride or groom to their spouse. The priestess usually stood on the third side of the podium. As with most important events, and especially marriage, the bride and groom wore the bracelets they had been given at birth as well as maturity. After the bride and groom arrived to the platform, the father of the bride would remove the bride's bracelets and give them to the groom. The Dunny believed that the giving of the bracelets represented the giving of the bride's purity and adulthood to the groom. A short speech followed after the event. The father of the groom would follow the father of the bride with the identical procedure, giving his son the bride to the bride. The giving of the children was followed by an expression of both parents of their blessings upon those being joined, as well as all of those present. Symbolically, the bride and groom then switched sides to represent of an acceptance of all the bride's family and friends of the groom and vice versa. Both the bride and groom then handed all 4 bracelets to the priestess. Oh man, I'm getting tired of all this reading, you guys. While the priestess led the couple through their commitments to one another and Yavo, the bride and groom placed their hands upon the podium. During the commitments, the couple made promises to one another, followed by promises to Yavo. All were recited aloud to the priestess. Okay. The priestess usually reminded the couple that marriage was a reminder of Taigan, to know with the mind, and that their love should always be a representation of their love for Yavo. It's my dog if you hear that. Looks like he's having a problem. We'll see if he works himself out, because I just took him outside. But anyways. Following the commitments, the priest would place 2 new larger bracelets upon the bride and groom. The groom was placed upon the left wrist and the bride the right wrist. The new bracelets were meant to represent both purity and maturity bracelets their spouse had previously worn. The Dunny emphasized that the spouse was now your responsibility to keep pure and knowledgeable of good and evil. The bracelets were meant to be a constant reminder of that responsibility, as well as a commitment to maintain the best for that spouse. After the new bracelets were placed upon the wrists, the hands of the bride and groom were wrapped together. Alright, he's having a problem. He's having a problem. He does have he's got a condition called Cushing's disease that gives him a hard time regulating his bladder. So I'm gonna make sure it's not that, and I'm gonna give him a bone. So just a couple minutes. Sorry about this. I'd like to try Uru again sometime, but its ages feel so secluded, like the original Myst's ages. But the fact that they're a lot bigger in 3D makes it so much more depressing. Yeah, I don't like. You'll see kind of how the game is structured as I'm getting into it. Like I felt that way at first, but now that I'm walking around, Uru is like the ages are small, but well, yeah, I the Myst series felt very on brand for the channel, so that's why I decided to pick them up. Um, but anyway, the ages themselves are small, but they lead to like other. You'll see like there will be like two other linking books in an age that'll take you to like another age. And I think that they're all like the puzzles are kind of interconnected because there's also like an inventory and stuff like that. So um, yeah, it's kind of complicated. I think I got to recalibrate my little VTuber here too. You guys are gonna see a little bit behind the curtain. All right, looking good. All right. It's amazing how I subscribed to you for the Bioshock Iceberg a while back. Yeah, well, thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. Wrapped together with a tight cord. Upon completion, the priest placed a ring upon the pinky of each free hand. The rings were symbolic reminders of the entire ceremony and placed upon the fifth finger to represent the joining that took place on the fifth day. Aha! They get pinky rings for marriage. The priestess would then usually remove herself from the podium so that the couple could take her place. Together, the couple then walked down the aisle between the two parties and forward and towards the far end of the aisle where a glass of wine waited for them. Before drinking, the couple knelt and prayed together to Yahweh. After the prayer, they each drank from the cup, and the two sides of the hall merged into one group, often with great celebration. They were now considered joined, and the celebration could begin. Families usually fed all in attendance, and there was typically dancing and music. The couple was expected to keep their hands united throughout the night as a reminder that they were now joined, both in the eyes of man and Yahweh. The binding of the hands was apparently meant to be somewhat troublesome, symbolizing that there would be difficult times to their relationship, but that those times did not affect that they were now joined. Following the celebrations, tradition was for the couple to embrace and the priestess to touch a linking book to them so that they would both link to vacation or honeymoon type ages. Though these vacations were usually short, it was not unusual for the man to work for up to a year in order to build the new marriage. I should also note that the cord used to join the couple's hands together was also viewed as a sacred item. It seems as though various couples used the cord in a variety of different ways, some using them for necklaces and others hanging them in their homes. Okay. These books are really short, okay? These will be good. Okay, this one isn't as short as I remembered. King Nagan took the throne in 2356 DE at the age of 86. Nagan did much to encourage the growth of the major guild of fine artists, as well as the seeking of other truths. The year 2500 DE, a thousand years after the death of the great king, would mark the peak of what some would call the religious confusion. There were over 2,000 registered sects, and the original beliefs of Riverif were known by very few. Nagan was clearly not one of them. It is 2397 DE that most officially mark the start of the Dunny Renaissance. In that year, Imus Theater Company hosted the first play written by the playwright Siren. The play dealt with the Pento War and the Great King himself and was one which Nagan praised. It ended up being sold out for 3 straight weeks and marked not only the start of theater as a popular entertainment source within the culture, but also the beginning of the Pento War. Subject which would go on to become one of the most dealt with topics of their history in their art. In 2408, the 33-year-old musician Sirim began selling out concert halls, marking the beginning of yet another career of one of the great Dunny artists. His music also dealt much with the great king, many times ridiculing him. Nagin praised his people for being able to express their true feelings in such wonderful displays of art. That's a pretty good king. In 2488, the first successful extrusion tests were carried out by the Guild of Miners to create applause from the public. Nagin used the occasion to benefit everyone. He appointed the Guild of Miners as a major guild, replacing the Guild of Fine Artists. He then split the Guild of Fine Artists up into minor guilds of sculptors, artists, actors, and musicians. The split was to encourage growth in mining as well as the arts, two major causes of Nagin throughout his reign. His proposal was strongly supported by Siri and Sirim, as well as other artists who viewed it as an excellent opportunity for the growth of their respective fields. I haven't read the books, but now they're at the top of my list. I just started these games a couple days ago. I've beaten each one in like a 12-hour stream. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get through this one because this one feels either bigger or slower, one of the two. In 2500 DE, Nagin proposed the construction of a new council chamber for the guilds. Somewhat surprising was that he suggested it should be built over the tomb of the great king. The proposal was met with little opposition, and construction began 2 years later in 2502 DE. The tomb of the great king was barely visible, a tremendous symbol of what Dunny had become. Later it was discovered that within the council chamber was a massive vault protected by puzzles of a sort. Oh, puzzles. What time is it for me? It's about 5:30. The tomb had always been known for its patterns, some of which were claimed to have prophetic messages. Nagin apparently became enamored with the patterns and spread them throughout unseen portions of the chamber, as well as the scene. Though the public knew very little of the vault at the time of construction, years later it was found to contain tremendous amount of royal wealth, something Nagin often publicly encouraged, of course. Most were not able to save the amounts Nagin did, but still the idea of saving one's money for future generations was strongly encouraged by him. Nagin died in 2533 DE at the age of 263, leaving the throne to his third son. In memorial to Nagin, Siri wrote another of the more popular of his plays entitled Our Great King. It was the first play performed by the Minor Guild of Actors in 2535 DE. All right. I don't know, you guys. How many more books we got? We got like 5 more books. I'll finish these 3. I'll do a little more stuff, and then I'll come back here and finish and read the other books. I feel like I've been in this room for like an hour. King Azimeth took the throne in 59. Yep, at the age of 54. Hey, Veru is in the same time zone as Majora. What do you know? Azimuth inherited a people who were philosophically confused, the Watcher versus Gish, the Great King, but technologically advancing. Many great constructions, mining, and scientific inventions, expanding within the cavern at great rate, and moving toward diminishing the involvement of the outsiders within their culture, as well as the fighting that had scarred their past, was at a minimum. Azimuth continued the peaceful trends by attempting to isolate no one, but instead welcoming everyone and any beliefs they might have had. It seems he took no stance on any of the varying religious ideologies being passed around and allowed any and all religious factions equal access to property, government, help, etc. While disregarding no beliefs, he was able to hold his own, some of which were unknown to Dunny up to that point, though never stated publicly by himself. Common opinion and historical records point towards numerous servants being used by Asimov, most brought from outside ages. More so were the apparent challenges Asimov held with these servants. Details are hard to find, but it seems as though these challenges ranged from hunts by Asimov himself to a gladiator-style battles between the servants. It should be noted that regardless of what actions occurred, there was little public outcry against them. Oh my god. Instead of philosophical or religious beliefs, Asimov instead focused on mining expansion, construction of the new districts, and offering equal opportunities of culture and social benefits to all classes. As far as outside involvement, Asimov publicly agreed that the order from his father to all of the guilds was not realistic, and that outside involvement would always be needed to some extent. Knowing the comment would anger some of the factions, he became the first thing to publicly invite the more extreme factions who wanted to hold involvement to his palace for numerous talks on the issues. Though no decisions were made in the meetings themselves apparently calmed the factions and created a better overall feeling that the two could come to a decision in the future. Around the same time, two key writers from the Writers Guild left to join the writers of Yavo. Up to that point, the group who believed it was their duty to write the perfect age had been relatively small. Like the writers of Yavo, most popular factions or cults of the day focused on Yavo in one way or another. The old cults, such as the Tree and Sacred Stone, had vanished for the most part, leaving way to disagreements in the beliefs of Yavo for the most part. Asimov himself passed away in 6284 DE at the age of 339, leaving the throne to his third and youngest son. All right. King Ailish. King Ailish. I'll just say Ailish. Ailish took the throne in coronation ceremonies in the year 120 DE at the age of 170, though it seems Ailish had never been a member of the Writers Guild on Gardenet. He spent the first 50 years of his life with Renarith after his own dismissal, working on the Book of Dunny. When the Dunny Writers Guild was formed in the year 8 DE, Renarith made sure Ailish, jeez, was placed in charge of the first Grand Masters of the Guild. As Grand Master, he had worked closely with Renarith in the writings of the new Guild of Writers Oath. The oath, which was what every member promised to live by, ended up staying in existence with a few minor changes until 9400 DE. Records indicate that Ailish modified his life very closely to Riverus. He refused to build himself a palace until a common library was opened, and he strongly supported a place where all citizens could have access to books, though there was some minor disagreement on minor issues. The building was eventually finished in 233 DE, although, like his mentor, Ailish still refused to build himself a palace. The reign of Ailish was extremely similar to that of Renarith. There is still great excitement for the new ideals and laws of Dunny, and thus great support for Ailish, making his reign a very smooth one. Before his third son was born in 256 DE, records indicate that there was a bit of public apprehension over who the next king would be. Ailish's two eldest sons were fairly rebellious, and neither seemed good candidates for the throne, at least in the public's opinion. However, as Ailish's third son grew, it became apparent to the public that the boy closely followed his father's ideals. Ailish must have agreed with public opinion, as it was the third son who he selected to succeed him. Died of natural causes at the age of 350. Yeah, sounds like a cool king. The one who would make his servants fight in like a gladiatorial gauntlet sounds kind of messed up, huh? I don't know. 3 more books. Let's see. I don't know. Two of these are pretty short, but this one's pretty long. Let's just do it. Let's just get it out of the way. All right. I'm inebriated with literature. King Rinarith. Rinarith was born in 207 BE before Earth on Garterway. He was accepted into the Guild of Writers at the age of 5, and as the years passed, quickly became one of the finest writers that the Runway had ever seen. Certain records go as far as stating that Rinarith was unsurpassed in skill by any other writer of the day. By the time he was 90, Rinarith had achieved the rank of Guildmaster and was well on his way to become the Grandmaster. However, due to personal convictions, he never achieved that rank. Rinarith had long been a challenger of the views of the Guild of Writers, as well as the king himself. Rinarith was apparently concerned with the society's views pertaining to the purpose of writing and the challenge of acting. Around 73 BE, Rinarith was asked by the Grand Master to write a descriptive book to a questionable age, at least in the eyes of Rinarith. He perceived the age being used to house an uncivilized race that could be used for the purposes of the Rane. Thus, Rinarith refused to carry out the command of his Grand Master, and after much debating, was apparently dismissed from the Guild of Writers. Some records do point to Rinarith willfully excusing himself from the guild, although regardless of how he left, much of the society found the dismissal unfair, and some even went so far as to call it detrimental to society. Around 59 BE, that Gartenay would not be able to serve the Rane as a home for much longer was confirmed, and the information made public. Rinarith had long known the state of Garneray, and from the time of his dismissal had apparently been working on an age that he felt would be a good place to live for those who wished to follow him. According to various journals, Rinarith managed to attract a few thousand Rane and convince them to follow him in ways that he felt important, and to the age that he had written. The king allowed Rinarith to split away from the Rane along with a few other smaller groups, while the majority of Rane left Gartenay to a new homeworld called Tirani. Rinarith took his group to Earth, where he established the Dunny. Wait. Rinarith took his group to Earth? Rinarith was a strong leader, immediately establishing himself as king and reigning for 120 years. Until his death, obviously, those who followed Rinarith to Dunny already respected him enough to separate themselves from their family and friends, and thus records point to very few debates or disagreements within the society under the reign of Rinarith. As had always been the case with the Rane, a group of surveyors was sent to Dunny before the group officially moved there to establish the Great Zero and the line emanating from it. A monument was built on the Great Zero in the year 0 DE. Unlike previous occasions, Rinarith established the line of the Great Zero as set apart for holy buildings. Without authorization by the reigning king, construction was forbidden. Though it's never stated directly, records strongly imply that it was Rinarith who chose where the city would be established. He seemed to base his decision on two factors, which probably made the decision an easy one. First was the line of the Great Zero. It seemed an obvious spot to base the city, with the most important religious structures being directly on the line, and the rest of the city surrounding its center. The second factor was a group of waterfalls that flowed from the ceiling of the cavern to an area adjacent to the line of the Great Zero. The fresh flowing water was perfect for drinking. A new writers' guild with fairly different rules than the one that had existed on Gartenay was constructed almost immediately. Under the direction of Rinarith, by year 100 DE, Rinarith had directed the recreation of the 18 major guilds. The guilds were dedicated to Yavo, the day of the circle, a celebration not only of the completion of the major guilds, but a celebration of the new guilds which Rinarith believed would be healthier than those that existed on Gartenay. Guilds that have been established to please Yavo and not themselves, Rinarith said. Certain records point to the guilds on Gartenay becoming extremely competitive with one another and focusing more upon having the best facility than carrying out their duty to Yavo and the people. In an effort to curb that kind of competition, Rinnerith implemented a list of restrictions upon guild construction. The restrictions included guidelines pertaining to placement, size, shape, and minor visual guidelines. How much more we got? Though one of Rinnerith's top priorities was construction of the temple, there were disagreements as to specifics, causing numerous delays in the finalization of construction plans. Eventually, construction was started in 48 DE, and the temple was completed in 63 DE. Known as the temple to Yavo was meant as a place of worship, as well as a reminder of the prophesied great king who would come to see them soon. Rinnerith also made it a priority to install massive fans that would supply the cavern with fresh air. Natural openings existed, but it was quickly discovered that they did not supply ample circulation for the cavern. As a result, massive shafts and fans were built and installed over a 30-year period between 84 and 114 DE. It should be noted that numerous records point to a small group of Dunny disappearing upon completion of the fans. It is most often assumed that they remained on the surface of the earth to live. Throughout his reign, records point to multiple occasions in which Rinnerith refused to build a palace for himself. Instead, he lived in a fairly basic home, similar in fashion to most of his fellow citizens, and made it especially clear that until Yavo had a new home, he could not allow himself one. Although even after the temple was completed, Rinnerith refused to build a palace, always focusing more on the religious and government sites. Rinnerith's own philosophy centered on the fact that it was much easier to focus on Yavo and his wishes when circumstances were difficult and struggles more abundant. It was strongly believed that Rinnerith's refusal to build a palace was an expression of that philosophy. In 120 DE, Rinnerith died of apparent heart complications. He was 327 years old. Though he had married, he left no children as a result. He chose one of his apprentices, named Ailish, to succeed him. Please is Bitty. I know I only have 2 books left, but I gotta come back, you guys. I gotta come back and read those other 2. I need something else. Is that hat just gonna stay on me? Hair. Yeah. Oh, there's so many hair options. Huh. Interesting. Alright. Back to the game. Are you planning on playing Abduction sometime? Yeah, I would like to. Probably not as part of this marathon because like I said, this game I think is going to kind of set me back time-wise. I hope I can beat it today, but it's feeling like this is going to be a challenge. Huh. Uh-oh, Majora drank an energy drink. Get ready, y'all. Now I can't sleep. Gonna be here all night. Okay, I'm glad to see there are no actual numbers on this wall next to me. Oh. Huh. Which is my favorite so far? I think I have like the I think Riven probably is the most like airtight. I needed the most hints with it because it was so much more complicated than the first game. I needed just a couple hints to try to beat it in the time frame that I was planning on, but I think that like if I had had like a week to like work on Riven, that just, you know, it just would have been a blast. Huh. So this rolls down. Yeah, the puzzles in Uru are just like, it's crazy. Like what am I supposed to do with this? There's one lever. And there's a piece of paper that says 1-4. I'm gonna guess that your favorite Zelda game is Ocarina of Time. I'm joshing you. It's obvious. Clearly it's Twilight Princess. Okay, so that's what I have here. I have this weird clock room. I have this symbol. And I have 2 linking books. And also this balcony. Like, I just feel like oh yeah, I love I play Minecraft all the time. Before I started this Myst playthrough, my main go-to game over the break was a Minecraft server that I have with my buddies. They're actually kind of giving me some grief about stepping away from the Minecraft server to do this. I mean, just playfully, but it's bumming them out that they can't craft with me. Hey, it's the star fissure. What in the world? This game this game is too big. Video idea. Lay it on me, Majora. Okay, this symbol is coming up a lot. All right, I think I need to get back on track. Okay, we've got another chat bot to ban. This is my idea. Alright, man. Spit it. That is one fast-moving sun. Okay, it seems like this is supposed to... These are supposed to turn this guy. They don't work. Okay, so there's something about rotating this, but clearly there's no power. How do we get power? Well, each of those, I'm going to call them crankshafts, connects to a building. What do we have in here? That seems like maybe it turns on a crankshaft. Oh, the video idea is the story of the Gold Source engine and music in the games. That's a good idea, but I feel like a lot of people have made like that's like some history of Valve stuff. I feel like I've watched videos that break down like how, you know, Gold Source and the Source engine got made and sort of how it spiraled out into Gary's mod and all that stuff. But I mean, I could be wrong. If there's a gap, I'd be happy to fill it. Or the Atari Lynx. Okay, maybe. My biggest beef with this one so far is like the ages are really massive, but they also just feel remarkably empty. And I sort of can't help but feel like, you know, part of the reason they do feel empty is because it's full 3D and I've got to walk around. And it just feels like everywhere I go, it's a chore. Tomorrow I might like get a head start on stuff after work, but I do have work tomorrow. So, unfortunately, probably won't be a full stream tomorrow, but I'm beginning to suspect that I might not be able to finish Uru in one sitting. I'm just like, I'm getting that vibe that there's a little too much here. So probably I'll play as much of Uru as I can tonight, and then tomorrow I will try to finish it. Or if I miraculously manage to beat Uru tonight, then I'm going to... Interesting, there's water. I'll probably get a head start on Revelations tomorrow. Good luck at work tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, should be fine, you know. Just work. Uru's like 20 hours long. Oh, man. The other games are like 5 hours long if you know what to do. So if Uru is 20 hours long when you know what to do, then how long is it when you don't? That wasn't on purpose, but I managed to catch a glimpse of another handprint thingy, so we're totally gonna nab that. Good night, Majora. Sleep well. That is if you're playing the complete Chronicles. If you spare yourself the DLCs, then it should be around 5 hours shorter. I think this is the complete Chronicles because this is the 25th anniversary collection. So I think that all the DLC content is probably in here. Alright, based on what Viru has just told me, I might look up some hints for Uru to help this along. As much as I want to beat this game old school, I'm beginning to think that that is simply not physically possible in the time frame that I've laid out for myself. But we'll see where we're at by the end of tonight. Just gotta find that waystone. I sort of like the environments in Myst 4 Return of the Dunnies. Okay, it seems like this age maybe also has a extra area over that gate that I noticed. So I want to see if I can find the stone that I know is here somewhere. Because I don't think I've linked in there yet, so I just want to see what's up. I think it's around here. Yeah, right here. Okay. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I was admiring the steel hinges also on the bookshelf. Please retrieve your key. Found one. Yay. I'll be right back in 5 minutes or so with more Uru. Alright, I'm back. Okay, this is new. This is finally some progress, just movement-based progress. Okay, anything that looks even remotely like a ladder, I'm gonna make that note. Looks like ladder? Climb. Huh. Alright, now there's this whole upper area that we can get into. So weird that I'm doing parkour in a Myst game. I mean, not really parkour, I guess, but, you know, definitely platforming. Oops. Alright. You get what you get. I was thinking maybe I could sneak to that other area and there might be another handprint there, but guess not. Alright. Yeah, I definitely foresee myself using hints for something like finding the handprints. If I found like all of them but one in a certain age, you know, it kind of feels like if a component of this game is just going to be like find the item, then whoop. Come on, get up there. Oh. Think there'll be a gap? That seems like a special room. How do I get over there? Next thing to try, I think, is to walk through this map backwards. Not literally backwards, I just mean like facing the other way. This age is this one I think strikes a good balance. It's really big, but it's also kind of like super serene. Two more, baby. And this age is big enough that I sincerely believe that I can find two more of those. Like, there's almost no doubt in my mind. I think I found this one already. Yep. I would like the rain to stop because it means that I can't see super well. But I got 2 of them here. Oh, is this another one? Oh, one more? One more hidden page? We got this. Might even be in here. Is it this one? Probably not. No. I was like, I thought I already got that one. I do want to see whether or not these... I think that these ones are connected. The pages. So let's just see. Okay, I'm definitely gonna take a picture of that. Alright, let's read these. Revere the maker, cherish the maid, here lies the wisdom. The door lies at the end of the path. Who will gather? Many. Who will finish? Few. Ouch. The grower will take time. The grower will bring light. The grower will have ages. Take time, move it to and fro, bring light and give it to darker places. Have ages and link them without bindings. Loud cries yet again. Can it be made? No, we mourn our loss. No one sees. In rock is where changes are found, because tunnels of Denis has changed forever. New events surround us, awaiting our arrival. The path to the left or right, that is the only power of man. The grower leads in the dark, whatever deceiver flails in the light. The grower raises truth in the absence of eyes, while the deceiver blesses them in a clear view of many. Without the grower, those who are like the grower would never learn. Without the grower, the name known by all would not have existed. Ah. Hmm. I'm still struggling with the fact that I feel like I can't interact with anything. You know? Like, yes, I can look in those viewfinders, but I can't mess with anything in the world. So I wouldn't even know what it was trying to tell me because I can't see what I'm supposed to be interfacing with. I gotta look something up. I just feel like, right, I need a hint, I should say. Okay, so the hint that I got was for the Mushroom Age. Because oddly, that one is the one that I feel like I'm most in the dark about. And that's this one, right? Because I know that I need to restore power. And the only thing that the hint said was for me to explore the walkways that are out in open air. Which I can do. Because that leads me to believe that there are walkways which that whatever I need is like a switch or something on a walkway that I haven't seen. Okay, exploring the walkways that are out in open air. Looking for anything that could help me get power started. Definitely seems like this is my best lead. Okay. I have once again, in classic me fashion, just missed something visual that I think I was supposed to see. Yeah. Okay. I would not call these buttons, for the record. I would not... I would not call those buttons. I knew that was a fast-moving sun. I almost said something about it. Okay, so to recap, what I missed, the hint that I needed, that I got, and nothing else, was that that stuff in the viewfinder was buttons. Because I just really didn't think they looked like buttons, honestly. I feel like this must be a speed thing. try going through here. Seems like some of this stuff should at least be powered up. Okay, so obviously we need to get this water out. Maybe I need to direct all the power to one place before I use any machines. Oh. Or that. There we go. I love it when a game gives me nothing. Jesus, what am I? I'm 6.5 hours in, and I've collected a fair amount of those pages, but like as far as the puzzles go, like this, what? Now I need to stop it in just the right spot. Dude, are you kidding me? This game. How am I supposed to line that up? Maybe it'll complete a rotation and then stop, because otherwise how would I get off on the other side? Nope, okay, I'm angry. Can I drive by it? No, of course not. This... I'm just gonna let it run for a while. It's gotta stop in the right position, right? I guess I don't know how far it goes. Well, I guess I'll just look at my phone for a second. I mean, it has to stop eventually. Okay, I'm just... It's the same thing with the forest puzzle. Like, it has buttons, but I don't... slowing down. The forest puzzle, apparently it has buttons, so even though I clicked everywhere... Alright. Okay, maybe once I'm back, this will have reset. I feel like it's maybe slowing down. So the puzzle in the forest stage now seems pretty straightforward. I feel like Uru kind of suffers from bad design. Like in all of the other Myst games, if there was something that I knew I could click, it looked very clickable. And not even in an over-the-top design kind of way, just in a sort of natural, oh yeah, I can click on that kind of way. But in this, like, I just feel like I can't click on anything. So I'm going to snap a picture of these. Like, this is a button? I'm pretty sure I even clicked on these. Whatever, man. Okay, that matches the other one. Yeah, the thing that sucks also is that this puzzle is like... And I can't see the buttons here. This puzzle is like remarkably simple, I think. It's literally just a matter of matching with what was on the symbols in there, but like... I'm flabbergasted. How long have I been playing this game? If I had learned that 4 hours ago, that those are buttons, I would have this solved and be however much further. You know, it's just. All right, so this one. It's like that. I think. Oh wait, this isn't the one that I thought it was. Okay, let me see. Um, like that. Okay, so that needs to be like that. Huh. Here. There. This one, it's hard. This one, it's really hard to tell. We're gonna come back to this one. Like, I'm trying to match it. It's just not a clean match in the way that you'd want it to be. Let's try this one. You know, you've got all this space. I don't mean to keep ranting, but like on top of the perimeter of this, you have all of this space to put 3 clearly marked buttons. And you do this. How? Like, I don't know what that's supposed to be, but I would never expect that to be a button. I would never design a button that way. It sounds nitpicky, but look at that. It just doesn't look clickable. Okay. Okay, I think this one is the bottom one. No, this one is not the bottom one. This one is the middle one. I understand now. Never mind, this one must be the bottom one. Okay, I have to see if there were more symbols. These don't match well at all. Let me make sure there's nothing I can manipulate about this, but I don't think there is. No. Well, no, let me just look at this one again. I think I understand now. I'm getting too caught up in like the line weight, I think, of these. This one has to be the middle one. I have to pretend that all 3 layers are kind of the same line weight. No, I still want to look and see if there are other symbols, because I think those aren't actually a proper match. Nope, it looks like that's it. Like, this one matches the top design super well. This one's got to be the middle one because I can't move this. There's nothing I can do to move it. So the middle one has the shorter one lined up like that. Aha. I'm going to try it as the bottom one because the bottom one also has a sort of diagonal in this way. Okay, not going to overthink it. I think it's got to be that. That's what was throwing me off, that angle, but pretty sure that's it. Now for this one, which must be the middle design. Oh, my cat's under my desk. I accidentally didn't kick her. I touched her with my feet gently, but still surprised me. Probably disturbed her also. All right. But then this is some big monkey wrench, because if this one is fixed, then this has to be the top one, but it can't be. Literally cannot be. Maybe I need to do it. I'll do this. Maybe it's throwing me for a loop on purpose. Is there like another layer to this one? This one just has so much stuff that I can't move. Alright, I'm just going to try to make this one look like the bottom to see if I even can. I mean, no, I can't, because there's none of them where this connects to here. This white thing is confusing the heck out of me. Can this whole thing spin? Because I think if this whole thing rotated, it would actually face the proper one, which would be over there. Well, no, because that's part of that. Oh, man. Okay. Figured it out. Once again, I need to not... Alright, never mind. I'm confused. I'm gonna look it up. Okay, no, I'm right. I'm trying to make them match the stained glass pieces. I wish you guys could see what I see. Like, the problem is that just none of them match that third one. The first two they match no problem, but that third one that I'm trying has a fixed pattern that just doesn't correspond to anything. The closest one I just have to try to make it match the middle one, I guess. It doesn't match it well because there's no other little tabby thingy, but it's the only thing to do. I try to do that every time. I just want to jump off. All right. This reset. Huh. I guess it must have. Wait. What the hell? That one's different. Is this one different? What is going on with this puzzle? No, that one's the same. Are these glitched? I'm losing my mind. I have to be. Can I... I'm going to rewind the live stream and make sure that that wasn't the same. All right. I'm Googling again, man. Okay, it says compare the fixed... It says compare the fixed components to know which one it can be and which one it can't possibly be. The fixed components don't fit any for this one or this one. The problem is that this one matches perfectly. Except for this. Oh. No, except it doesn't have that. All right. Did this one change again, or am I going crazy? Okay, I know those two are right. All right, what's supposed to happen? Because I think they're all right. Just for the sake of argument. Let's try to do this one. Nope, can't be done. So did I find another viewfinder? Because there's no way that one actually changed, right? I must have just lost my way and accidentally found another one. Or maybe now I just need to link back to the other age and it'll give me some kind of option. Oh man, getting kind of angry. Is there something I'm supposed to do to input them? I'm completely right. They just, one of them must just be input slightly wrong. So I'm gonna double check my work. Okay, this one's right. It must be the one out in the open that's slightly incorrect. I mean, even with the hints, playing Uru is like pulling teeth. I really, I'm starting to lose my patience for this sort of like departure for the Myst series, because like I feel like under any amount of playtesting, it should be really clear that this just doesn't work super well. And like I get that that they're trying to sort of go more mainstream with it, and that probably this was like very appealing to a lot of players at the time. I think I even saw that like this thing that I have is meant to be for some kind of like Myst Online component. And like all of that's really cool, but it's also like very 2004, 2005, and everything that I have kind of enjoyed about the series so far is difficult to locate. I'm gonna take my dog out quick. I'll be right back. And we're back. Okay, that one's exactly right. I'm looking at pictures now because I don't know what else to do. This should be here. But I can't move this one. I can't even find a picture online of someone having this puzzle solved. Maybe if I just link out of here and link back, everything will reset. Alright, now I'm going to watch a Let's Play of someone playing Uru. To see if theirs looks different than mine. Yeah, what the hell? It doesn't... literally on his screen, this is up here. Alright. My patience is wearing really thin for this game. I'm gonna go back to the mushroom age and see if that lift has stopped. I'm like starting to think that something's not right. Let's see if this lift has stopped. Spectacular. All right. I want to have a good time, you guys. I want to be enjoying this game. All right. I'm just reading through the walkthrough because I can't. I can't. It's something just feels not right, you know? This isn't like the others. It's not just puzzle solving. It's like walking slowly and I don't know what I can click and nothing's designed in a familiar way. I can't reasonably get through this game in the time frame that I want. So yeah, I gotta tap out. It's just not fun. So at least for now, at this stage in the game, I'm just gonna look at the solutions for everything, because even when I have the solutions, I go incredibly slow. Okay, so for instance, that rotating mechanism that I suspected had a gap did have a gap. It just takes minutes maybe for it to appear. I looked at it for a good like 30 seconds. There's no way this is right. Okay, the lore of Myst is interesting, always will be interesting. I am fascinated by it. What just happened is ridiculous. It is nothing short of ridiculous. What do I... No. All right. You gotta be kidding me. I literally thought I saw a crack in this thing, and I was like, all right, I'll wait for it to come around again. And I waited for like over a minute, just like I am right now. And it just was too long. Who in their right mind would think that this is the thing to do? It's preposterous. Ah, man. All right. I remember the developer of the first Myst game said that that he knew from like a design conference or something that the longest you should ever let your player sort of not get feedback after clicking on something is 2 seconds. And after 2 seconds, the player kind of starts to wonders if like there's something wrong with the game, if they did something wrong, things like that. Uru is a game in which you have to stand and walk against a wall, like essentially, I mean, you're not really no clipping because there's a gap, but like essentially you're trying to no clip into the wall. That's what it looks like. It looks like you're just walking against a wall. And it expects you to do that for like 45 seconds. And just hope that you're right. And it's the same shit in here. It's like, I know that this is a puzzle, but nothing does anything. Okay, so it looks like the whole compound is in the shape of a brick. Or is in the shape of a gear, and it's rotating. And this is maybe... No. Just give me feedback when I click on something, I beg of you. What? Okay, so I'm meant to stand on the pressure plate. Yeah, I'm looking at the game guide again. I just can't do it. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with owning that. Because again, while I always appreciate bold design decisions, I can't figure this out in a timely fashion. Of course, wasn't it obvious? Step 1. Hit this switch, because it has this symbol, of course. Then, next, run around here, lift this thing on the pressure plate. Once it's all the way up, scurry over here, hit this switch, Don't let it fall all the way down. Scurry back, lift it all the way back up, scurry back around, hit this switch, and then hit this switch, and then you can hit all the other switches. And now the door's open. I mean, I'll try to solve the others, but jeez. Whoa! It's a great game. It works good. Alright, let's see if I no clip again. Alright. Sick. That's really cool. Oh, dude. The key. 3 base functions, 3 core functions. In any case, it is a convenient name, key. Nexus interface. The Nexus seems to be just an interpreter for key data. The keys allow users to provide or decline book access to other keys. I think we can make this work for neighborhoods as well. Interpersonal communication. Obviously the most important function. Voice or text communication to other key users. Inter or intra-age doesn't seem to matter. Image capture, storage, and transfer. A single button press captures an image and stores it within an appropriate age directory. Images can be sent to other keys as well as uploaded to some imagers depending on the versions. Journal entry, storage and transfer. Markers, the ability to drop or collect markers at the present location and age. Huh. I think this is all just like multiplayer stuff. Simpson, don't mention anything about the upper area of the fortress in your Garetian report. I don't want people wandering all over Teledon looking for that weird link stone. Okay, one thing seems immediately obvious. This place was built for security. No one could write a link anywhere in this place or the next. It was obviously a maintainer facility of some kind. It doesn't seem that it was for general guild members. By that I mean it was limited to at least the higher ranking members. As to how they got the first link written here, I don't know. Probably while it was under construction. It does seem pretty obvious that it's not going to happen again unless something major happens to this place. I should say that Kodama has had some theories about the age that have held up so far. May have been special forces of a sort for the maintainers, started later in the mid-8000s, became somewhat of a research and development arm for the Maintainers Guild. I don't know. Worth mentioning, though, there are a few mentions of such groups in the other docs. Kodama has found, or at least seen, entrance. To begin with, I'd wager that no one other than a high-ranking government official or similar ever made it into this room. That's just my guess, but it seems pretty sound. I don't think any school buddies or girlfriends dropped by to see their maintainer friend. The linking book we found was deep within the Maintainer Guild. I'm sure it was well guarded in its day. You can see right off the bat the entrance was extremely secure. Thick walls, one door, a high window, If you manage to get in with a bomb or something, it's not going to do any noticeable damage. I love the maintainer symbol on the floor and everywhere else you look, as though I might forget and wonder what I am. So visitors are escorted into this little waiting room. There is a window on one side, looks almost like a ticket window. Maybe turn in weapons or goods that aren't allowed, maybe books. I'm sure they didn't want books in here. Yeah, looks like mainly for books. There is another ticket window on the other side, although this one looks different. I'm pretty sure those are beetle cages on the other side. Beetles that sought out ink. Someone was just telling me that there are all kinds of references to them in other docs. You didn't make it past this room with a book. As well, the doors never open at the same time, so even if somehow you make it out of the entrance room, you're still not going to make it past 3 mammoth doors out to the waiting area. Halls. Looks like the hall ran along the entire circumference of the building. There are plenty of rooms. I'll just try to hit them one at a time. First is an elevator, though. However, looks like it's only down. Wonder if it was always that way. More security, I guess. Yeah, really fun for me. Once you've made it into the halls, there is still nowhere to go, at least if they didn't want you going anywhere. Lockers. I would think that any books that were brought to the age were kept in the lockers. I'd imagine that some of the workers here, or frequent visitors, also kept some equipment, but I could be wrong on that. Looks like they kept some maintainer gear as well. Markers, helmets, etc. Seems a little out of place, honestly. Keys. Okay, things are becoming a little more clear now. Just had a long chat with Laxman and researched some different docks over in the city that Nick had. Looks like the current condition I'm seeing was not the original condition. The key was a major development, not just for the guild, but also apparently for all citizens. Turns out they were just starting to hand out the keys to the public around the time of the fall. Nice timing. So it looks like they had done some renovations in order to facilitate the mass amounts of visitors that would be coming in order to retrieve keys. Turns out my little girlfriend analogy was pretty much completely wrong. Girlfriends and more were going to start coming here, at least to the open sections. Kodama corrected me. We've actually found multiple books in neighborhoods as well as the guarded maintainer book I mentioned earlier. Whoops. So visitors come in, walk through the doors, beetles check for books, and they walk down the hall into the key room, get a key, and link out. Guards were probably at the up elevator, which is just behind this room. If they did happen to bring any illegal items, they get them back from the other side of the locker room, and off they go with their shiny new key. Makes more sense as to why the maintainer paraphernalia was in the locker rooms too. Probably a little display type thing for all the visitors to impress them. Warehouse. Quite a bit of goodies in here, all of which I'm sure most visitors never saw. Pretty bad cave-in from the floor above, although Endberg says structurally the place seems alright. He's doing more detailed inspections soon. Looks like most of these crates are filled with key maintenance type equipment, as well as a variety of spare parts, etc. I don't know, Laxman will have to give this place a good inspection. I'm sure he'll love going through it all. Beyond me, I know that. Beetle cages. Convenient cave-in. Not sure how one is supposed to get in the beetle cages without it. No idea how they did it. Link, maybe. Regardless, pretty positive the cages were for beetles. Symbols on the front are quite a bit of remnants in some of the dirtier cages. We'll have to clean those up. Wonder when they all died. Speaking of access, another question, how'd they get to the second floor? Elevators skip the middle floor. More security, I suppose. Second floor. Destruction was a little more substantial than I thought. It looks like it tore out a section of the outer wall, even. I'm going to get out of here until Engberg can come back again. Been a few days, but I'm back. I'm no expert, so I guess I have to trust Engberg, but he says this whole thing is one of the most solid, heavy pieces of construction he's ever seen. It's safe, he assures me. If I die here and someone retrieves this recording, please sue him for me. Second floor looks similar to the first. Outer hall and a number of rooms. Have to remember that very few people ever walk these halls. There is no access via elevators, stairs, anything to get here. I assume it had to be done via a linking book, which is probably somewhere in the city, I suppose. There could be a way to stop those elevators on the middle floor, but I doubt it. Regardless, this floor was extremely secure. Book access only, I'm guessing. Guard lounge. Next to the observation room, at least that's what I assume it was, is what looks like a guard lounge. Looks like they stayed here for long amounts of time. There are beds in here as well as couches. I assume these guys manned the window/observation post while visitors were coming in. Guard lockers. More lockers, similar to the set downstairs, although these are manned with some heavy equipment. I'm sure Watson will want to see this stuff and keep it locked up well. In fact, I'm not even going to go into detail about it here. Laxman can write all about this stuff in a later report. I will say I didn't know the Dunny had these kinds of technology. Gear room. Now I see why this floor was so secure. It looks like the whole power structure for this building is here. Amazing construction. The entire building looks to have been powered by some underground water source that caused it to turn. They implemented a gear that would grab on teeth to the ground outside, providing them a power source as well. Talk about killing two giant birds with one stone. Pretty amazing. Power looks somewhat complicated. Seems as though there were at least occasions that power was turned off. At least there are obviously controls to do that, and then it starts again. I'm headed to the top. Wow, I thought this building was big. The main portion is absolutely giant and rotating too. Of course, I'm overcome with the amount of work put into this place just for security. It's everywhere, almost comical, picturing government officials walking the same paths I am. Amazing. To get to the other side, looks like one had to walk across the bridge to the rock pinnacle. The first place since we've arrived that we're able to save a link, and it's not big. And there's a massive structure facing you. If you did, pretty funny to try to picture an army invading, all of them bunched up on this stone, waiting for these bridges to rotate. My gosh. The creatures. These things are something of a horror movie. I've been up here a little while and I don't see them often, but when I do, they are scaring me to death. I'm beginning to understand the fences and structures a little better. Perhaps some of them were designed to keep creatures out more than to keep visitors in. Don't hang out in these woods unless you have a big gun. Another bridge to reach the main portion of this place. More security. I will say that the platform between the bridges seems to have eroded at one time. Crossing the bridges was probably a security feature to ensure manageable groups would approach the larger building one at a time, but I would wager it was still a lot easier than it is now. The erosion to the platform between the bridges has made it a little rougher. I suppose the maintainers would like it even more in its current condition. Mudrooms. I'm not sure what to call these things, but they reminded me of mudrooms, so I'll call them that. Not much here. It looks like each bridge has a mudroom attached to it, with another group of doors, etc. There doesn't seem to be any kind of decompression or decontamination that went on here. Really, they seem to be nothing more than another spot for another set of doors. Another secure location. Training center. Gosh. This game is very cool, man, but it's so boring. I was going to go through each of the rooms here, but after making a quick overview, I think I'll just start with the entire thing. There are 3 types of rooms in the building, 2 of each kind. There is a control room, 1 purple and 1 yellow, a display room, 1 purple, 1 yellow, then a conference room. Though these aren't colored, I assume there is one for each team. The entire building seems to be centered on the massive wall in the middle. The control rooms control the wall, the display rooms display the uniforms that were worn on the wall, and the conference rooms allow the government visitors and high-ranking officials to confer about those training on the wall. See? So control rooms first. Control rooms. I'm not going to go into the controls. I'll let Laxman do that. The control obviously controls the wall. The wall was used for training as well as testing various suits. I believe the central room can get pretty hot, cold, smoky, or anything else. I can imagine pretty quick it was a competition. Whoever could get to the top the quickest. Teams would race, set up obstacles. There's a side tunnel that provides access to the display rooms from the control room. Display rooms. Ah. Alright. I'm just... whatever. Good. Done. Oh, I gotta use the journey cloth. All right, 2 more. 2 more for that one. Okay. Alright, it's looking like I just need to stop these buckets at the right moment to move forward here. Huh. Thank you for your purchase of the Fryman Safe Haven 3. As with all of our aquariums, the Safe Haven models come with a 1-year unlimited warranty. In order to take full advantage of the Fryman guarantee, please fill out the registration card you'll receive with your aquarium. Accessing the safe. For Safe Haven 2 models, the lower portion of the tank is accessed via the Safe button. Huh. The Safe button is located directly above the patented central feeding hole on the back side of the aquarium. For Safe Haven 3 and 4 models, the safe button is built into the light on-off switch. Simply press the light switch for longer than 3 seconds and the lower portion of the tank will open. Dr. Watson, big problems. The house on Noblin is not empty. I met someone there today. My Dunny isn't great, but I spoke with him for a while. Yeah, he's Dunny, and as we figured, he knows a lot about the creatures, a whole lot. Obviously, we need a meeting ASAP. Marie. Though seeing the Patriots go to another Super Bowl and hopefully win is obviously on my mind compared to what I've returned to here in Dunny. What happened? I'm hearing that the DRC is leaving the whole thing behind. Watson is not returning. Kodama, Laxman, Sutherland, all the little guys. Nick, Simpson. I never saw it coming. Engberg even. They are claiming funds, but I wonder if it was something more than that. I thought I would have a lot to write today, but my mind is going everywhere. I've come to love the place, the office, the creatures, the people, the game, even the DRC. I'm stunned. Is it really going to come to an end? The disagreements of the past are no longer separating us, obviously. Had a good talk with Kodama and Laxman today. They are disappointed and saddened, frustrated. Poor Laxman is still working on the keys. Says he standardized keys and implementing some kind of remote upgrade. Except for that, they are beginning to close things down. They seem to know what happened to Watson. Apparently, he spoke to Kodama at least once since that day long ago. Neither wanted to go there, so I let it go. Regardless, there was a glint in their eyes. Maybe not too surprising for Laxman, but Kodama? The man never has an ounce of glint. It seems they have a journey they'd like to take. Laxman must have seen the light. The light key lattice is going down to base features before he heads up. I'm heading up to the surface myself. Houston for the Super Bowl. Another championship is just what I need right now. I'll be back. Champions again. Not sure I could have asked for a better game regardless of the halftime debacle. I have to admit though, I thought the big victory would be enough, but I still find myself troubled down here. 2157-5881. Two one five seven 5881. Two 2175. Oh geez. That would have fucked me up. A coordinate? And why is Zandy sending this thing out? The gather will tell the path of the shell. What? Spoke with Nick last night. He's already heading back up to the northwest somewhere. I'd like to see the kid again someday. Good kid. I'll miss him. I think Fioka has left as well. Fuko has left as well? Another good guy. Went to the spy room today and not quite the same anymore. I missed the intrigue and found myself saddened at the thought of it all going away. No reason to go through the trouble of making the backside secure anymore. Looking back, I realized how lax I was. Anyone could have found the book. I assumed the backside of Talam was secure, but obviously it wasn't. Not if they were all seeing Shroomy. And to think if there had been two of them, all they had to do was close the door and their friend would have seen the book. I guess none of it matters now. Don't suppose anyone will be going to the Solve Caves anytime soon? Oh well. I'm a little ashamed that I'd forgotten about Phil. I suppose the surface trips, football games, and obviously events down there have caused me to forget about him. His Relto book was in the spy room. I paid the area a little visit, a memorial of sorts. I assume he's officially dead now, although I should ask the boys. My god, I may have killed him. Is this? There's no life here, literally and figuratively. They've all gone, and I'm stuck alone with the thought that Phil may have died because of me. I've talked to a number of the DRC about it. They never found a body, but apparently a destroyed key was found at the bottom of where the precipice once stood. No one wanted to say it, but I've had the dream twice now. Phil standing there, confident in his ability to return to his Relto at any time. The first crack, still confident, enjoying the thrill. Another crack of stone and the tower begins to break. He reaches down to grab the Relto book just to be ready. It's then he realizes it's gone. He turns to escape, but he's already falling. A cry for help that those who were there heard. He has no chance, because I took the book. The rubble buries him forever. No, I have to believe it didn't happen that way. 2175-5881 has appeared at my desk again. I thought everyone was gone. Zandy? If I don't do anything else, I have to find this place before I leave here. I'm supposed to. Zandy wouldn't send it out if there wasn't a reason for it. If it's him, maybe I'll find some answers. Watson, Phil, the DRC, the failure. Do these coordinates have the answer? Hey, wow. (1/25/2022). Look at that. Is someone here? I'm not sure and I'm alone anymore. I'm going to have to be careful. Is that really meant to be that huge of a time jump? Wow. Okay, longest book in the game. I think that, like, I think that this is a totally alright game. I just think that it's probably, I don't even want to say it's a bad Myst game. It misaligns with the experience of the other games so far in a big way. And I would, like, I think if I were alive in 2004 and I could sort of experience this multiplayer world that this is all building up to, this would be super exciting. But I think that sort of for my purposes right now, these puzzles are just too, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing it for. You know what I mean? Like, the puzzles in this age have honestly been fine. But it's a crawl. It's a swim through honey, you know? Down we go again. That's really cool. It's cool that I can push stuff. Cool if I could get this rock. Why is this rock tugging the edge of this wall? Let's try to use some of these other. Really hope they gave me a spare rock. Just see what's at the other end of the pipe. I'm gonna photograph that symbol. I feel like it would just be stupid not to, right? Kind of feel like the weight should open those. Hmm. So it's 1, 2. No. Okay, we gotta pull out our trusty Dunny writing system. So there was a map on his desk that I took a snapshot of that shows me how many items are supposed to go on each plate, because it would be too easy if it was just one item per plate. You know, there's got to be way more per plate, because that helps this puzzle make more sense, that there's a prison and the lock to open the doors inside the prison is controlled by pressure plates that are on the interior of the cell, and it also makes sense for the solution to this puzzle being pushing things around on the floor, because there's no functionality to pick things up in this game. Just a little salty, that's all. Also, makes a lot of sense that it would be set up this way, because, you know, all of these things are clearly the same weight too. Like those stools definitely weigh the exact same amount as these rocks, and the bones also weigh the same amount. And I particularly love the way that these rocks seem to want to hug the wall no matter how I push them, even when the wall is at an angle. That's great. I mean, it makes sense that they would use it to solve this puzzle, right? Because it's such a good system. How many do I need on that one? I need 7 items on this one. Like I said, even when I know the solutions, this game takes hours. I literally just have to do this until this rock is like glitched away from the wall. Like, how many of these puzzles just don't work well? Maybe it's a sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it a sequence? In the prison, you will find rocks, skeleton pieces, and stools you can push around. Oh. Okay. So there's something through the... There's also a sequence? Or there's also a... Am I supposed to be able to read that? Okay. It's nothing. All right. So it turns out it's not based on the number of items. Nothing, something, nothing, something, nothing, nothing, nothing. Or something, something. Something, yes. Something. Nothing, something. Nothing. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Something, something, nothing, something, nothing, something, nothing. Oh, okay. So it's encoded an extra layer. So which one is 1? 1 needs to have nothing on it. Done. 2 needs to have something on it. Done. 3 needs to have nothing on it. Four needs to have something on it. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. And then 5 needs to have nothing on it. So 5. Is this guy. Wait, is there a... even the game guide is kind of like frustrated with this one. The game guide says, once you escape from the prison, you'll find yourself back on the outside in fresh air. Walk along the walkway, passing the feeder until you get a raised drawbridge. Pull the lever to lower the bridge and go across to the next area. What's that, you say? The lever won't work? Try it again. Well, looks like you've got a defective version of the game. Better go buy another one. What's that? You don't want to shell out another $50? Looks like you're going to have to take some drastic measures. Try backing up and running at it to see if a body slam will knock it down. Some kind of fish feeder. You know what I think I find frustrating about the puzzles in this game? It's that they're not. A lot of the puzzles in Uru are just like try to interact with the thing a different way. And again, I don't really think there's anything wrong with that. I just think that like you can still have a full 3D game but have the puzzles feel more like Myst puzzles. It's not a question of like being inventive. I think it's just a question of like understanding what's come before. Totally supposed to shoot this ladder down, right? Oh, maybe I'm supposed to shoot the counterweights. Yes, of course. Makes much more sense that I would break the rocks instead of the rope with this tiny projectile. And I'll break the third one for good measure. Because for all I know, the game will punish me for not doing it. Just in case. I'm good. Yeah. There was something in one of the books about merging the good with the bad that had to do with water. So I assumed that that's what that was right then. There is one more counterweight. You think it's going to make me shoot it? I missed it. It might be for something that isn't the ladder. And I don't want to speak in absolutes. Like, honestly, the shooting the counterweight puzzle felt very much like classic Myst. Holy cow, we did it. And I can't even, you know, I didn't do it. I just consulted the game guide, but that go on my character. Crap. I had the cool like diver outfit, and then it. All right, whatever. I'm done. Yes. In like a Skyrim dungeon, I'm back to a place that definitely didn't have a door the first time I went through it. Get me out of here.
Your journey has begun. You can't imagine how these small things affect the future, but someday you will. You will return. Many paths have brought me to this place. The path of my great-grandmother, bringer of destruction. The path of my grandfather, the rebuilder of pride. The path of my mother, writer of dreams. And of my father, my dear father, the caretaker of burdens. And I knew that at the end of such great paths must lay a great purpose. I returned to the cleft to find it. Cleft. The fissure in the desert, the wound in the earth, the path to things beneath the surface. It was there I sought to find my purpose. It was from there I came to know the dead underground city of Denis. These Denis people who are now gone came thousands of years ago to the shelter of the cavern to return to leastness. They found solace in their smallness in the dark. And so did I. But light is powerful in the darkness. Did you see the hidden caves and the cages? It is where the proud would keep the least. The least were only animals after all. Animals that could blink. They could be put to work or play. They could ease the burden of the proud and fill their free time with entertainment. Quietly as Denis slept, their lives were taken because the proud make the rules. This wasn't the first time such a blasphemy was part of Denis. The histories whisper of it, like Vatug the Acher or King Asenlef. And even in this age, it may not be the last. And now to these pillars. These 4 pillars around you are the very being of the Bahro. You must take them. They will bring a great treasure to Relto, your age, the island in the clouds. Relto will be their keeper for only a brief time.
That is a really cool particle effect. Oh, can I only get one at a time? Is that the deal? Just want to make sure I understood properly. Okay, let me... I can't tell because I feel like I should be able to jump to those, so... Okay. I'm gonna try to rely less on the game guide because I really I feel like I definitely could have solved that one had I not gotten frustrated with the metal buckets. I felt like everything that I needed was there, practically speaking. Oh, there's a lot of cool shirt options. What? Trying to get into this character customization. Oh, it's just that's lame. I thought it was like the whole jacket. Ooh. Obviously, right? Obviously. Okay. Can we fix our shoes? I like how the maintainer helmet just changes literally all of my clothes. Oh, okay. Alright, you know what? I'm just... As much as I like the knit sweater... Well... Yeah, knit sweater. Here I am being like, this game is too slow. I need to use the game guide, and at the same time I'm like, but let me wear some cool clothing first. And we still want the fingerless gloves. Because fingerless gloves are cool. And we still want the round glasses. Because round glasses are super cool. Alright. So I did use the game guide for the prison puzzle. I think I could have figured it out on my own, but again, I think it probably would have taken me like at least a half an hour, and I would have backtracked and probably found that map in the dude's office again and all that stuff. So picture. Seems like I should follow the green lights, right? Only makes sense. That's putting me in a big fat circle. This just go right back up to the cell I was just in? Or does this ladder go somewhere else? It goes somewhere else. Just gotta find one more of those journey pages. One more journey page. Come on. Yes. All right, time to find the door. This is really cool, you guys. I've got mixed feelings about this game. This, like, more so than with any game I think I've ever played. I truly have very mixed feelings. Like, 1 second I'm loving it, and then another second I'm like trying to solve a puzzle. I think that's just an important rule for any puzzle game, though, you know? I think for any puzzle game you need some degree of consistency. Because the variety that I've seen so far in the puzzles in this game, it's akin to like real world problem solving. And I don't mean that in a literal way. I mean that in the capacity of like, they're problems that I could solve if I were physically there, like touching and interacting with things. But they're not problems that I think I could solve in any other way. You know, like body slamming that thing to knock it over. It's like the boundaries of my character are like ill-defined. I jump in a sort of floaty way. I don't make a sound when I like slam into walls, right? Yeah. So why would I think that I could body slam that thing to get it open? It just doesn't make a ton of sense. I have to assume, I'm not looking at the guide anymore for now, but I have to assume that the door that I'm supposed to get through is around here somewhere, because each of those journey pages kind of saves your spot, right? So stands to reason. Well, but then again, did I already? I feel like I may have already passed the final door, and I think it was in the lower section of this complex, which I physically can't get to from here. Hmm. I guess it's not out of the question that it would have me go back to that big building. I mean, if it was anywhere, that's where it would have been. I just got to take the elevator up and jump across. Pretty sure it's here. Also, my hair is definitely too red now, but oh well. This game is so beautiful. It has so much going for it, but it makes a few choices that make it hard for you to enjoy it. I feel like I'm gonna have to make a video about it. Alright, I can't lie to you guys. Looked at the game guide again. Because the journey door is somewhere that I never would have guessed. It's on the rock outcrop. In between. I think one of the other reasons that I just need to use the game guide here is because, I mean, this is an open world Myst game. You know, it's crazy. There are puzzles on top of puzzles intermingling with puzzles. I just need to accept my own limitations, and I need to not be embarrassed about the fact that I can't just beat Uru in 12 hours off the top of my head with minimal help like I can with the other Myst games. I don't know that anybody can. I don't know that there is a single person on this planet that could do what I'm trying to do. I guess while we wait, I'm going to read ahead. Wow. This thing's taking its time. Are we even close? Did we pass it? Should I just... Jeez, I'm worried. I'm worried I'm going to try to go through again and I'm going to miss it. Go, dude. Thank you. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Gotta be kidding me. Turn around, you idiot. I hit middle click just as I was like grazing my hand over my mouse. I hit middle click, which is stupidly strafe backwards. I missed it, didn't I? Ah. Go. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Shora, peace to you, mover of the least. 7 more journeys have moved you closer. I was seduced while in Denis. My humble darkness lasted only a short time before I began to bask in what I could do, what I could write. My gift, my path, the knowledge of my father and the dreams of my mother pierced a hole in the darkness, in the weakness. I was aware of my power and I was proud. Whole worlds at my fingertips. It was the same with the Denis, the same cycle. Light opens the darkness, it takes, it uses, and it keeps. The Denis found power in these books you used to travel. They were a gift from the Maker. These ages you traveled to were their ages. Remarkable places giving life. And taking life. This shadow came over them, this shadow of light. For it was in their enlightenment that they considered themselves better. Better than the least. And we were sad for them. Can you feel the Denis there? You've touched the remnants, the remains of their pride and power. Let me tell you of King Karath. Dare I speak ill of him? One of the great kings, but yet he was the maker of the proud. For it was his system of guilds that served as the foundation of power and corruption. The powerful need control, fortresses and garrisons to guard their power. And soon the guarding is yet another thing to be proud of. Layers within layers built to preserve their ages and their pride from the weak and least who might attack from without. And yet it is from within that most nations fall. And so the mighty garrisons of Denis now stand vacant. The writing hides what's between the lines. These journeys are to help you travel between. The Barrow will be returned. These pillars are our journey. The return of the pillars is the return of the Barrow. The bringing away and the bringing back.
Okay, my only hope is that there was some kind of order to that. That was the reason that I couldn't solve this puzzle. I'm hoping. I kind of need that to be the case, to be honest. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna check up and see who has forsaken me and why. Because as I said, this is supposed to be up here. And in other people's playthroughs, it just is. I've seen it with my own two eyes. So I'm going to scour the internet and see if I can figure out what's going on here. Because I need to use the restroom anyways. So I'm going to take a quick break. And when I'm back, we will return with Uru, the game that I still don't know how I feel about. There we go. That's a better input delay sort of situation. Sorry about that. Huh. Yeah, we were just took a short break. It wasn't more than a few minutes, but for some reason that's when stream decided to freeze. Hey, Random Seal, you're still here. I was worried that you came in because it shows me a little bar graph when there are viewers around, and it I saw you come into chat and I saw you leave and then I saw your little blip disappear. I was worried. All right, let's try to reset these and see if that fixes my life at all. Whoa, I hope that's a good whoa. I hope it's a whoa that means I can see the stream again. And I'm so happy I made it. Yes. Interesting. I am confused. There's a whole component to these puzzles that just is not advertised in any of the hint guides that threw me for an absolute loop. So I guess I just have to make sure I solve these in order. Oh, you heard me from another tab. Pulled a little sneaky on you. Okay, so I think your excitement is immeasurable. Wow, okay, well, you might want to measure it because I can't promise much from this game. I've got to be like 10 hours into this stream. And this is a puzzle game that's been very slow, and I finally kind of relented, and I've been looking up hints because I was told by another viewer that this game takes 20 hours to beat, and I'm trying to marathon these. I'm trying to get one a day done, and I'm also trying to beat them like off the top of my head to the best of my ability, and that's just not going to happen. So I'm here we go. All right, so that needs to be there. This guy needs to be here. Whoops. And this guy needs to go right there. Boom. Done. Now on to the second puzzle. in the past, I think my mistake was that I would jump to the third puzzle because I didn't realize that this game cared about the order that I did the puzzles in. So I was stuck in a situation where I physically could not do the final puzzle in the way that I wanted to do it. And that hurt. That was painful to me. Because I couldn't for the life of me figure out the problem. But now, we are here. And we have solved our problem. I hope. Yes! Oh, dear Lord. You have no idea how pleased I am to see that brown stick up in the top left corner of this viewer. I don't know why they would structure the puzzles that way. Like, the game is... This game is really... It's difficult enough, you guys. I don't need any... I don't need any additional confusion added to this game because these puzzles do not mess around. This is a game that wants to keep players trapped for months. Eureka. Alright. Now, we actually need to go back because we need to snap the pictures of the other paraphernalia in that main room. Maybe you're my lucky charm, Random Seal. I've really been struggling with this game. I have a lot of mixed feelings about it because I think if I were playing it in a different context, I'd have more patience with it. And I think that it makes a lot of kind of fundamental mistakes. But at the same time, it's part of a really fantastic series. It's written very well. And there's a lot of cool and exciting things about it, but yeah. So it's resulting in kind of a whirlwind of emotions that I've been grappling with on stream, and I haven't been making as much progress in it as I would like. I'll say that much. So I hope that from this point forward in the playthrough, things are just smooth sailing. Alright, so I'm just going to snap a picture of all this stuff. I think that all of it has a role to play. I guess I'll even take a short video of those rotating thingies. This music is really lovely. This might be one of my favorite tracks from the whole series. All right, back in we go. honestly, that beautiful melodic singing in that room, I swear, like my neck has been bugging me. I think from sitting in this chair playing Guru all day, but after listening to some of that, whew, it's nice. It sounds nice. Beautiful. Oh, I also have to remember I'm looking for journey cloths. I hope I didn't pass one in my excitement, my excited running. I doubt it. No, but I want to double check. Just in case. Aha. Alright, we have 4 more journey cloths to get in this area, so we're really not out of the woods yet. I want to have some merit. I want to be able to do at least some of these puzzles without assistance. I think I already have. I mean, I have done some of the puzzles without assistance, but I just don't want the people who love this game to hear my criticisms of it and say, you played it wrong, sir. Probably because I'm afraid that they would just be right. My dog has entered the room with me, so if you hear heavy breathing that isn't mine, that's my boy over there. All right. Hi, buddy. Hi. Wow, hello. All right. It's looking like I understand this puzzle based on what we've seen in the room. Seems like a standard matchy match situation. I do have the photo on my phone, so that's what I will be consulting. Let me see, this room, is it this? Gotta be that. All right, let's try to create this pattern. Okay, there's a chance it actually isn't this, but we'll see. There's a chance there was something in that room I was supposed to photograph and I didn't. Because this is a lot. So a lot of spots. Seems like maybe too many. Let me see here. Oleander, I will not lie to you, my friend. This fourth game has definitely whooped my butt more than any of the other games so far. And I have had to receive more help from the internet than I ever would have wanted to need, but you know, this is not the same as the other Mysts. This is full on open world, full on player autonomy. And beyond anything else, it's full on difficult. So I have I've looked up some tips and tricks and walkthrough guides to get to where I am right now, because if I didn't, easily a 40-hour game if I had to do everything on my own. It's just too open-ended. I would try too much stuff. Yeah, the thing about it is, like, I was sort of talking about this earlier in stream, where I sort of feel like this game, Random Seal, this game is different. This is kind of the black sheep of all the other Myst games. And oh, I see. It's not positive space, it's the negative space, maybe. Where this is like the other Myst games are very very linear. Well, I wouldn't say very linear. Very self-contained. Right? Like your path at any given time is linear, even though the games aren't necessarily. It's pretty focused is a good word. This game is pretty much full-fledged open world, but it's still a puzzle game. But the open world is like interconnected. So basically, if you were to use guesswork, you would just be walking around the open world trying to draw connections between things and hoping that you were right. I mean, there's just so much trial and error that you would have to go through to try to figure this out. And with the other Myst games, I was really able to kind of sit down and I would get hints. I would get light hints that would tell me, like, you know, maybe where to look or how to think about something in order to reach the solution. But I didn't really need a true walkthrough at any point when I was playing the other games. With this one, you know, like I said, it's just not focused. It's just not consistent. There's so much going on, and it could really just eat your time alive. You know, you think of a game like Portal, right? Portal is a staple puzzle game. And when you play Portal, you understand the rules. You know, you can shoot portals. There's an orange one and a blue one. You know, they get you from point A to point B. And more or less, that's that. So, okay. So, with this game, I have solved puzzles by hitting buttons. I have solved puzzles by jumping into things, you know, like body slamming things. And this isn't like a Mario game where like there's a ground pound or where there's like a specific noise when I run into a wall, you know. I literally had to like do this to solve a puzzle against a wall. And it wasn't obvious in any way. There was a puzzle where I had to stand on a platform where I had to like literally run up against a wall, a solid wall, for like 45 seconds and just do this. Just like try to no clip. But that was the way to solve the puzzle. What's another one? There was one where I had to stand on a pressure plate for a really specific period of time. And then I had to walk away, pull a lever, stand back on the same pressure plate, then walk off the pressure plate, pull another lever, stand on the pressure plate again, and then pull like a totally separate lever one final time. And it was just this like random sequence that wasn't, I don't think, advertised anywhere else in the game. It was just sort of a play around in this room until you figure it out kind of a puzzle. I was like, oh man. All right, so I want that one on. I haven't been paying very much attention to this, actually. I've just been hitting buttons. Portal, puzzles, and physics. Also screw the lemons because Cave Johnson said so. I'll make lemon grenades. So that messes it up, right? Yeah, big time. Well, you find, I mean, you're an Evil Dead fan, Oleander, so, oh, I think this is it. I think we've done it. Or maybe the door will open on its own when we've done it. Whoopsie daisy. Well, so now what do we need to do? I guess we can try this one. What does this one do? No, that ain't it. So basically I'm looking at this shape here. This is the shape that I'm trying to preserve. That's it. That's it. Do I need to erase the ones that don't contribute so it's only that shape? can't be. Maybe I need to make it so the shadows are this shape. Let's try that. Also, for this puzzle, it wasn't really a matter of looking up a hint. For this puzzle, you just sort of have a... there's a stained glass window that matches it, and I photographed it earlier. So, okay, so this... So dead center we want turned off for trying what we're trying. We want 1 turned off. So dead center, 1. And then also these two, right? Okay, also that one. So that leaves us turning on this one. Dead center off, that one off. And this one. And that leaves us, yeah, that leaves us with our path in shadow. Kinda. On the topic of Evil Dead, the first one is straight up terrifying. And the second one is a mix of horror and humor. So it gets less horrific as that makes sense. All right, I mean I pretty cleanly have the shape. I don't know what else I could do. Whoops. Let's take a look. Let's take a look real quick. No, I had it. I don't know why. I've seen the monologue from Army of the Dead with his boomstick, as he calls it, right? I read actually the Marvel Zombies arc that borrows from the Evil Dead quite a bit. I gotta turn all these off. I gotta just like reset it because it's... Okay, so it's the last one that's turned on. Classic. Okay, so we want this one. This one. Yeah, and the first one, which is what I had. I had it set up this way. Open the door. Open the door, please. Please. Please open the door. It's just splatter B-movie goodness all around. It's no Citizen Kane of horror, but it's fun and proud of being fun. Are you? I mean, I assume you're talking about Army of Darkness. I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone would call it the Citizen Kane of horror, but I know a lot of people that love it. I think it's a pretty adored film. See, this is kind of... Yeah, okay. This is kind of what I mean with these puzzles, Oleander, where it's like... This is right, but I haven't gotten any feedback from the game about it being right. And so, again, something I kind of mentioned earlier was like, is this another slam into the door sort of situation? No. Where like, even when you do the puzzle right, you don't get feedback. Or like when you make an input, you don't get feedback as to whether or not that input works, whereas it didn't work before, if anything's changed. And that's the kind of thing. I watched an interview with the guy the game director of like the first ever Myst game. And he said that the longest you should have a player wait after hitting a button or doing something is 2 seconds. And after 2 seconds, the player will start to question stuff and their logic will start to, complicate. So that was like a really important principle in the Myst series, is like when something happens, the information that you need to know, the positive or negative reinforcement needs to come quickly and it needs to be concise. And that's kind of going back to what I was talking about with Portal 2, of like, puzzle games need to have focus. They need to be simple. You need to understand the principles that control them. Whereas with this game, this is like the third or fourth time where I've done a puzzle in a way that I know works, but the game just has like an extra layer of complexity to it for no obvious reason that makes it, that just creates a barrier of entry. The red rectangle. Saying something about a red rectangle that I need to look for. So across from the center button, which is here on the painting that I'm supposed to be looking at, there is a red rectangle. And these cracks are glitching out. But I don't know, is it something to do with this wall, or maybe it's something above the wall? Maybe if I go up the stairs. Again, it's like I feel like this puzzle is enough on its own. What is this red rectangle? What is it for? I just want someone to be the witness to this, because I feel like I'm being crazy. Hey man, look. You've pulled it out of me, but I do not hate Bejeweled at all. Bejeweled, in my opinion, is a fantastic game. All right. I'm once again kind of at a loss here. I'm reading the game guide. You need to copy down the position of the 5 dots and their color, light or dark. You also need to remember the position of the red rectangle in relation to the white figure. Okay. If you remember correctly, the buttons you should hit will be the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th buttons on your way coming down. The white figure from the gallery should be visible on the floor. Now, logically, a person would think to walk through the light to the door on the other side. Right? Wrong. Remember where the red rectangle was positioned? Walk yourself over to there where it would be without touching any light. When you get there, walk through the shadows into the middle of the floor. If you did it right, stairs will appear. Otherwise, head back to the stairs and try again. Okay, did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that nonsense? So after inputting this pattern, here is what I need to do. All right, go up here, go down these stairs, hug this wall, line myself up to where the red dot was, which is right here, then walk through here without touching any of the light, then stand in the center. Okay. I'm really glad I have some people to witness this game and why I've sort of lost some patience with it. You know, I feel like that isn't a question of intelligence. I feel like that is just too severe a contrivance for anyone to rationally do on their own. Am I right in that regard? Can you guys please back me up on this? Because I have prided myself on being a clever person, a good problem solver. I did really well with the first couple games, you know, and this one is just making me feel like a poser big time. I feel like there should... Instructions are too vague without the guide. Dude, there are no instructions without the guide. The instructions is a picture, and I'm supposed to... And the picture doesn't even show the shadowy sections. Did I mention that? The picture only shows the shape of the figure made of light in the middle. So even if I understand, like, okay, I need to start at this red dot, how am I supposed to understand that... Okay. This, like, okay, but, okay, see? This is my love-hate relationship with this game. You know? I just have a really bad time with this puzzle. And this 3D polygonal game that was made in 2004 just hits me with this. This is so gorgeous. They hardly make games this beautiful anymore. This, like, compositionally nice looking, you know? Where, like, almost anywhere I look, other than just, like, straight at the ground or straight at a wall, just yields a lovely, lovely image. That's why I have mixed feelings about this game. Because the lore is fascinating. It looks beautiful. But these puzzles are just torture. They're just kicking my ass. Okay, the desire to jump over there is strong, but I want to see if I can find a journey cloth first. Hello? Hello, journey cloth? Alright, where does the game guide tell me the journey cloth is? After you're done taking in the scenery, take a right turn, go up to the large building, walk yourself around the building to the right side. Okay. And I'll find the recess cloth. Rebus puzzles make more sense than this. I haven't played that game. Uh-huh. Like, every single one of these puzzles is harder than the fire marble puzzle in Riven. Puzzle make brain hurt. Thank you, Random Seal. My brain hurt all day long. All day long. Okay, I'm going to take a picture of this because I feel like I'm going to need it later. There have been a bunch of these that I've found. No idea what they're for. Taking a picture, though. The lore would be better in a book. There are Myst books. There are, like, novels that are canon to these games. Think I can strafe around that? I'm not going to try. Not going to try. Okay. Again, I want to see if I can figure this one out on my own. I'm gonna give it a college try, you know? See if I can even identify which this pertains to. I mean, I see these symbols. So the first one that I need to step on, I think, I have options, assuming I'm interpreting this right. The first one that I need to step on needs to be a tree. So far, not seeing that. Try again, just look more carefully. Oops. Okay. Really not seeing that. Let me try stepping. Okay, so stepping doesn't actually seem to do much. What does hitting the button in the center do? Oh. Hello. Okay. I guess that just helps me see them better. So I can step here. Huh. All right. So I need to go from a tree to a very specific looking square pattern. So where are all the spots with a tree? There's a tree there. And I need to go from... Jeez. So there's a tree here. There's also a tree right in front of me, but I don't think that one will work. There's a tree here. Maybe I need to jump. So what's jumpable? I can't even find a single one. This is hard to explain because I know that you guys can't see. Are there two of these on each? Yep. Oh, this is so fun. So I have half of the symbols that I need in either orientation. The doors have circles and squares on them. And there's no obvious starting point. All right, it's game guide time, guys. Like, again, I could come up with like 15 things to try and try them, but like literally, I think there are 15 ways that I could come up with to solve this puzzle based on the information that I have, and I don't have time for that. A sci-fi narrative, but there's a meta narrative to it. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I haven't seen Palefire and Dune, but I understand that it's a specific vibe that this game. Okay. So as it turns out, I only need to use the tree symbols. None of these doors on the outside open. They're a red herring because it would have been too easy if there were no red herrings. Palefire was a novel written by Vladimir Nabokov. Yes, he's the same guy who wrote Lolita. It's a poem. It's about a poem written by a fictional guy, and there's an analysis of the poem written by another dude. Interesting. Okay, yeah, this puzzle doesn't make any sense. Like, why? Okay, the reference photo that I had to take to solve that puzzle apparently contained literally all of the all of the tree symbols. All right, again, I'm gonna give this next one the real college try. All right, I guess we're trying to get up there. Speaking of college, what's the best part about college? It depends on who you are, Random Seal. To be honest, my college experience is not really that of an ordinary person my age. I'm in a committed relationship. I live totally off campus. I have 3 cats and a dog. I'm paying for half of my tuition out of pocket. I don't have a meal plan. I don't really have very many friends on campus. So to me, honestly, the best part about college is the resources that are available to me at college. You know, the studios, the equipment, all that stuff. Okay, so I also don't smoke or drink. So that's kind of another thing. Of course, I can only reset the whole thing at once because I wouldn't want to complete the puzzle too quickly. How old are you, Random Seal? Are you expecting to go to college soon? Oh, you're a sophomore in college. Well, then you tell me what's the best part about college, man. I told you what it is for me. Now tell me what it is for you. Becoming an engineer is no joke. Oh, no, I would imagine it isn't. But it's great. Congrats that you're becoming an engineer. It's definitely important work. What are you looking at doing with the engineering degree? And also, what kind of engineering? You know? Pretty sure there's different kinds. I'm just a lowly art student, though, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. Just isn't in the cards, Oleander. That's understandable. I truly believe it's not for everyone. You know, I think that's a rhetoric that that definitely gets impressed upon people, especially in in high school and. Whoop. Okay, good. That didn't mess me up. I think that's something that definitely gets impressed upon people in high school is, well, maybe throughout your entire life, but especially in high school, right? You start to get the sensation that that the trap is not going to college, that that people get the idea in their heads that they don't need to go to college, and it bites them later in life, and that's sort of you're thinking long term if you go to college, and that. Anything can be true in certain situations, but I really don't think that's true for everybody. For me, I'm not going to art school for a bachelor's degree in fine art. I'm going to art school because I'm going to have access to basically top of the line equipment to make my art, so that by the time I get out of art school, if YouTube hasn't totally taken off and I'm not living off of these Myst live streams, being a little facetious, that I would have a portfolio built up of art that's made with this high-end equipment, so I can, if I'm trying to get a job at like a big design company or work on a movie or something like that, then I can say, hey, check it out. This is what I'm capable of. Give me access to your equipment, and this is the kind of thing you'll see. So that's kind of, if you're looking for an art job, that's what matters. I think very few people who are hiring in art fields are actually looking for bachelor in fine art degrees. I think that it's all about the stuff that you've made and how good you are. But anyway, that's all to say that everybody has a different situation, and everybody can have different reasons to going or not going to college. Life is a fickle thing, and education is no different. Definitely. I'm a huge believer in your best part of college is learning about how the world works as an engineer. You're basically learning complex problem solving. In environmental engineering, that is fascinating. Please tell me more about that. Like, describe in a few sentences, like what an environmental engineer does. Gonna save all the ducks in the world. Yeah, I assume that there's a sort of biology component to that, right? Where you're looking at nature as a system, and you're trying to figure out what kind of pressures would damage that system, or sort of throw it out of alignment, to maintain sort of the equilibrium of nature. So yeah, saving the duckies in the world. That's a good way of putting it. But I would love to hear more about that. That sounds fascinating. All right, let's see. Now what's the... So I got up there. Now what? Maybe if I go up there and look down, I'll have some kind of epiphany. Whoa! Shit! I took one step out on the stairs and I just got shoved off. It's alright. Luckily, we used our handy dandy guy there. Hmm. I'm just reading through some game guide stuff. Environmental engineering is helping keep people safe from things like pollution and improving environmental health. All right, yeah, fair enough. Not to be confused with geoengineering, which is basically weather manipulation. Also very cool. Yeah, Random Seal, that's good work. Thank you, man. Thank you for contributing to trying to help our planet. I don't know. Again, I'm looking at how to solve this puzzle and like I can't even... 2. Three. 4. Oh. Hmm. 1. 1. 2. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting an art degree. Mr. Material, thank you. You can call me riveting. Trying to understand. I know the explanation of this puzzle. I'm trying to understand how it was meant to be solved. Oh, I see. I think. One. 2. 3. 4. Mr. Material is Riveting's dad. One. I only have the following degrees under my belt: crocheting, cross-stitch, a knowledge of books that have baggage behind them, and I'm dabbling in mixology purely for fun. You say that like that's not enough skills. That's plenty of skills. seem to have gotten a little stuck. You treat them as though they're hobbies. Hey, man. Look, that's fine. Do what makes you happy. We have so little time on this rock. One, two. Oh, wait. All right. I'm still trying to figure out why that last puzzle worked. Because I'm looking at the, just looking at the explanation right now. So that's why I'm sort of just like pausing randomly. Last one twice. Why? Oh, which number's missing? I see. Now I understand how that one was solved. And once again, there was an additional layer of contrivance. Okay. Gonna try to get this one. Yeah, you could totally capitalize on those if you wanted to. Like the plushies that you sent, I know that you said they were difficult, but if you started making those regularly, that's Etsy store content for sure. Those are lovely. Oh, Random Seal, if you want to join my Discord server, there's a link on my channel. It's on the right side of my banner. So Oleander and I think one or two other people have joined so far. Hmm? Okay, so I have 6. Hmm. So I need to choose which one is first. It tells me that this one's first. So which one is second? Okay. Make sure I saw that right. Yes, this one is second. Third. Either of these could be third. Two, three. Nope, that doesn't help us. Let's look for... Nope. Oh, wait. One, two, three. What do we need? What do we need? We need... Two, three. This one's third. Fourth. Two, three, four. Doesn't help us. This one could be fourth. Let's try. Let's cross-reference. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. All right, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Crap. Okay, so Each symbol means a number. Knew that. Okay, so it's a witch is missing. So this is missing 1. This is missing 2. No. Yes. Whatever. I don't care. The first set is missing the numbers 1 and 5. Since 1 is provided on the first button, remove the number 1 from each set of missing numbers. Okay. Now the first set is only missing a 5. So hit the 5th button. Now all that's left is hit the rest of the buttons from left to right. So this one is missing 2. This one's missing. I want to do this. I want to have some kind of 3. It's missing 3, and what else? Oh. It's missing 1, but it doesn't matter, so it's 3. Oh crap, I made the same mistake again. Alright. 1, 5, 2, 3. This one has 4. It's got 1, it's got 2. It's missing 5? What? Alright. Sell at the local flea market. Dude, I love flea markets. I've bought stuff for videos at flea markets. Could he ever realize such failure? What kind of end is this? Impossible, unless... Surrounded by wealth. Not a drop of water. Just going for the link book.